international regulators and stop your entire investigation. So 2 weeks ago, when I was just in tears with this exact situation, the hotel room, I saw things that I don't fully have confirmation yet. We elevate this to somebody outside, to an outside agency, could completely fuck up the investigation, and then more lives are at risk. That fucking sucks. No, like you're right, it's not something you want. And you think, okay, these things are here to protect people when they're not, and you're the one absorbing that. It's not. So there is a personal element to that I take, because I do want the regulations to be there to help with guidance and allow people to do the right things. I want them to be a carrot, not a stick, but too often we have regulators that are also using enforcement actions that don't use it as a carrot. So things like the SEC rules that are purely focused on the financial regulations, they have nothing to do with data privacy. They have nothing to do with really protecting the consumers. It's about protecting the stockholders. Now, there's different ways to use that, and unfortunately they have targeted, even post-mortem of that, certain CISOs and individuals. I helped write the weakest brief on that and say this is bullshit. But it's something that could be used for good or bad. It's just all the dose makes the poison. Additionally, in the United States, we're going to have a lot of regulation by litigation, which can be good and bad. And it's all about how these things are going to be effective to the populations they're protecting. Fortunately, some of the situations I'm doing now are folks that they're never going to have a credit card, they're never going to have a credit score, they're never going to own a goddamn thing, because they're areas of the world that their identity is their currency, their personal well-being is their currency. If they're going to be trafficked, put into slave labor, or anything like that, and that type of information can be used against them. If you go back to why we have things like GDPR, was because of things like basic post-World War II, the Geneva Conventions. It wasn't tracking people because we were worried about financial effects, because it's tracking people because bad people do bad things when they can aggregate data about them. So it has to be thought out in a much more expansive way than we do it now. So we look at data privacy, data breach, and all these contexts. What data do you have? Who has access to it? How long are you storing it? It has a much bigger consequence. And when the regulations come in that are disjointed with that, then it's all fucked. So it can be used, but there needs to be better participation with the community to help drive those conversations with the regulators to help do things enforcement-wise that doesn't fuck us all the time.
Thanks for bringing all the happy feelings.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to tell you, by the way, I just found out, so what they're doing now, the new ransomware threat guys, it's pop, drop, and SWAT. So they're actually placing CSAM material, so child protected data on networks. So you can shut down entire networks in people's political careers, short stocks, destroying people's lives. I'll be at the bar after this. So I have one of those cases now.
Is that published somewhere?
Not yet. Sure.
Knock, knock, open up, FBI.
So, Sherry, thoughts on that? I know I just made that.
Yeah, you're a big ray of sunshine over here. Yeah,
Let's switch subjects.
Make sure you're back next year. We're gonna
If I'm in your office, there's nothing good. It's like Ray Donovan level shit. The wolf, like, fucked up.
So we're gonna switch to something a little more, hopefully optimistic.
Doug doesn't get to answer this.
No, I don't.
Future technologies. Okay. So are you currently using any tooling that incorporates artificial intelligence or machine learning in your environment? And I think it's important to also talk about your industries respectively, how you're using them within your industry.
Yes. If anyone says no, they are lying. Right? I think AI is a horrible term because it's not actually artificial intelligence. But people have been doing machine learning and other similar techniques for many, many years, and it's been built into all of the products that we use for many, many years. So it's nothing new. If we're talking about specifically about generative AI tools, I think we've done some interesting work at my particular organization, trying to use some of those tools on the security team to our advantage. doing things like building tabletop exercises, helping us do third-party vendor reviews, some other things like that. So I think that there's great promise in leveraging it for good things. I think Rob was saying it's going to eliminate a lot of sort of that base level work that people hate, the monotonous, tedious things that entry-level jobs have that are probably the worst part about it. And so, yeah, I think it's here to stay. I think it's overall going to be a good thing.
I personally like the machine learning thought as well. I mean, anyone that's lean manufacturing, my company manufactures a variety of different products. That's been around forever. But I think we're seeing it probably more prominent to do work like things like contract reviews. I'm not talking just specifically security, but how can we get speed to market quicker on things that have traditionally taken a long time that can be automated. They can also help a small security team do more with less, for those of us that are struggling for resources. And then there's just the things that the average, you want to create a quick customer satisfaction survey. If you're on a sales team, why spend hours thinking about that when you can just do one quickly that someone's already helped you with? I think there's a lot of great uses for generating that type. There could be some misuses for it as well. We've got to solve for what do we do with our most sensitive data and critical data and where do we put that. But I think overall, everyone is using it somewhere in their life. They may not even know it.
Yeah, I found it's, with anything, it's like, it's how you use it and use it responsibly. And for me, I found it to the point of like even like some just quick lifts on documentation is one thing I've been working on lately with the organization I'm working with that works in this particular space, and it has to do a lot of data governance and distribution of services. And the COO and the other folks said like, well, I don't really understand the difference between a CIO, CISO, and all this. I don't fucking have time to write this up. I go, oh, so I threw these things in with some ideas I had on templates so it just filled in the blanks. I was like, good enough, right? Good enough for government. And it got out to where they go, oh, okay, I kind of see it. I was like, this many words, these bullet points, and I just ran it a couple times, cleaned it up, and it was like, good, out the door. Just knocking things out instead of going, okay, now I got to find somebody team that can stop what they're doing to write up this, or me would have a million other things. So it became really great to allow me to get things done quicker and faster. Yeah, there's just a lot of it. And when we look at some of the things from the security tooling, there's just a lot of false positives. Imagine, God forbid, that we actually had a log standard. We didn't have to have, today, it's Monday morning, figuring out, okay, well, because in Palo Alto it's going to be like this, and over here it's going to be like normalizing logs. Things like that can be incredibly valuable because that has been human intervention. Now, everybody's like, oh, it's going to take jobs away. It's like, no, it's going to take menial tasks away. People are going to do better at their jobs, and they're going to be able to do more of what they love, as opposed to just spinning tires on, writing regexes to clean up spreadsheets.
It's going to take jobs away. It's
going
going to take millions of jobs away.
That's not. I think there's a lot of it, but I think it opens up the opportunity for better development at the top that then drives it. Not fast.
It's not going to take all the jobs away, but it's going to take a lot of jobs.
It will.
It'll make a significant impact, 2 million.
It's good.
And we're back to sad.
I think of
Thanks, Doug.
embracing AI in like 3 different ways. Every vendor who sells something to your security team has said that they do AI for years. Maybe 18, but ever since ChatGPT came on like fire. I would say a year and a half ago, it was bullshit. They didn't do much of anything useful. Like they might have been using AI, but it wasn't doing much. Today, there are real vendors really solving problems using more than just machine learning. They're actually using AI to do things. Not everywhere, but they're pushing that way. And this is a way for you to get the advantage of efficiencies that AI can provide without having to become fantastic at AI. Figure out which tool doing email security or identity security or whatever other thing is important to you is actually leveraging the value from that. I think you can figure it out pretty quickly when you ask questions around, all right, well, how is AI making you better? I don't want to hear what algorithm you're using. I want to hear what value that's giving to the product. If you're not currently having that conversation with your vendors, I encourage you to. Second, a lot of conversation around things like generative AI. And as a security team, yes, we can get better. We can create board presentations using that and scenarios for tabletops. But we should be thinking about what are the risks associated. I'd say it's mostly a DLP risk, like you see for every other SaaS app that your company puts too much sensitive info into, and then be thinking about that. At my company, at BSides where I work, we appointed a chief AI officer just a couple months ago, and his job is to implement AI throughout our company, internally and externally, and make sure we do it the right way. And I've never heard of a chief AI officer before that, and I've come to really think it's great.
Where does that individual report? Is it like
he reports to the CEO?
Does it like an ESG kind of function, like ethics, or?
He's a technologist.
Okay.
He's a technologist. So the way I think of it, and I don't know if Eric, who's this person, if he likes my analogy or not, but I'm going to use it here because he's not here. I think of it like if you were in a factory in 1890, whatever year electricity became widely available, and you hired a person whose job is to say you're the electricity person. Go figure out how to make all these things go better, right? You're going to go one stage at a time and say, this would be more efficient with electricity than it would be without it. And I don't know, 10 years later, everything's got electricity, right? Everything in the factory is now electrified. That is exactly what Eric's job is in BSides. Figure out how do we do all of these things more efficiently, more effectively, faster, more consistently, whatever that value is. I think that is the key, and I'm so excited to be there as he's appointed with that, to go alongside and say, well, and how do we do it in a trustworthy manner, in a secure manner, as we're building this thing out. I don't have all the answers. I'll say that it's going to be a big journey. We're all going to learn along the way, but yeah, embrace it.
So we need more regulation? Checkmate.
Rob, I do agree that AI will take jobs, but do you think it will end up with a net loss of jobs?
A massive, massive net loss of jobs. Many millions, tens of millions of jobs.
So where are the jobs that won't be lost?
Let's open up.
Not mine, because I'm going to retire that.
Yes, we're all agree with that.
We're near the end of this talk. I want to open up the floor for any questions out of the crowd. Guys, we're going to time block the 4 or 5 minutes to do that.
I had a question. So we mentioned earlier about entry-level jobs, and the reason why I'm asking is I get this question a lot, is when folks are getting a degree or certification, what is the gap between a hiring manager and what you're looking for and what these folks are coming out of school with? Is it the hands-on experience? I mean, what can the education side do to help with that?
I'd say shorten the degree cycle. I mean, some of the stuff is like by the time they come out, it's like too broad and too long. So the question was, what can education do to help enhance folks coming out of those programs to be more employable? And what I'm seeing is a lot of folks come in with almost too generalist in areas that are too theoretical rather than what are hands-on and what we're seeing is more practical. And it's almost like they're too well-rounded in certain areas of too many esoteric things and what's happening now versus what's happened in the past.
First time ever, I'm going to agree with Doug. The problem is there is no such thing as a security person, security gal, security guy. I would never hire a security person. That is not a position. I need you to be great at something. And that requires, like, do you know the language of security? Which is, I feel like what most of these degrees teach you is like what a vulnerability is versus a risk or whatever, and what port TCP connects on. It's going to give me. I need someone who can go much deeper into one area than that. So I don't want a security person. I want a cloud security person. And how do you help fill that gap? Well, you go take all of the AWS free training and you go spin up some instances and you go secure it and you go attack it and you go like beat the shit out of this thing. And you can get free versions of all the software you need to be good. Go get your Splunk, go get any of these things to go play with. And when you walk in, you say, yeah, when I configured Splunk in my cloud, my EC2 instance here, I did these things, look what happened. Right? Yep. That's what I need. I need someone who's done the thing. But that's if they want cloud security. If they want to be an AppSec person, they go, get their GitHub and start contributing to different open source projects and show off what they're doing and go get bug bounties. Like they actually do the job as a hobby, then I can go hire you to do the job because I see you do it.
My additional thing on that is never underestimate the power of the internship. So many internships have gone by. I had to struggle to get interns this year, and that baffled me. And the interns can do that in a college setting, in a real world setting, and put that on a resume and speak to that. This is what I did as an intern for XYZ company for 9 months.
I'll say like that before the interns I had at Key was 7 years ago. We're all now in security management positions. I mean, they're going around everybody else because they just had that first year of just they had it yet.
Are your internships paid?
Mine were.
Mine have been when I do them. I have a former intern back there who is I'll say successful. You know, Daniel can talk about it or not, but I think internships are great. I don't have much else to add. You know, besides that, I think it's gonna.
So we have a couple questions.
Yeah, you have something to say.
I was an unpaid intern. I'm an old Gen Xer, so I was back hardcore. We had to get coffee and jackets for people.
See, back in our day.
But they are paid mostly.
Yeah, I've never done an unpaid internship, and I think they actually pay pretty well.
Yeah.
Some laws won't, some states won't even allow you to do unpaid.
Yes.
So, kind of piggybacking on her question, how do you feel about programs like Hack the Box or Try Hack Me as far as getting that hands-on experience? Do you feel those are relevant? Or no?
How do you feel like programs like Hack in the Box are for giving the experience?
I think it's great. You're not going to be able to do well in those if you don't understand the basics behind what it is you're trying to attack. And so you're going to have to learn some of those basics to learn those attacks. And I think it's going to show that you can do that work. I think it's great.
So if someone can speak to that in a job interview, would you consider hiring them?
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that I look for in an interview is, what do you do in your spare time? What is your interest in this? Not just, I went to school for this because I think it can make me some money or something like that.
And it goes to show if you've spent 100 hours doing Hack the Box and you come and talk about that, it shows me that you really mean it, right? You're actually committed, and that past performance is an indication of how much you're going to work in the new job. Like, awesome, you're really going to get after it, not just, hey, I know what I know and I don't want to learn anything else.
So I'm going to add kind of what Alex said, and along these lines, one of my favorite interview questions to ask security practitioners is, tell me about your home network. And that tells you a lot. Like, are they home labbing, or are they just running some Linksys router from 1996 and piggybacking off of the neighbor's Wi-Fi?
That's actually cool.
Yes.
Go back to AI. I think AI is a great tool in an isolated environment, but this is a huge risk, I think, to incorporate AI in fraud. So what happens if someone misconfigures it or a bad actor? Is that a risk you're willing to take?
This is a topic that came up.
Question though.
Oh, sorry. Putting boundaries and safeties around AI, essentially, right? Because it could go a little wrong. Sorry, that was a question. And this question came up, I remember, on one of the panels with a bunch of crypto people at CoreCon last year, and I thought, I posed a question. I said, well, what about having it more akin to something almost like an FDA regulation around drugs? Like, we don't know the efficacy, we don't know the safety. There's kind of curves on that. And to me, it's like, I don't want to say that more regulations is the answer, but in some kind of framework of that before we just release things into the wild. Yes, I'm sure I can do a lot of work on meth, but there's some downsides. Chemically similar, slightly more safe, is going to be something like a Vyvanse or an ADHD drug. I mean, there's going to be some testing safety, I think, that we want to incorporate into the process before we just let this stuff go amok. Although it was the anniversary of August 29th when the machines took over a couple days ago. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it needs to be a food, not a nutritional supplement.
Yeah, I mean, there need to be safeguards, just like with anything else.
Yes.
If we think we can just deploy it and not do anything with it, you're going to end up in a bad spot. But there's lots of ways that you can do it more securely. Run your own internal models. Do lots of things like that. Things are moving so fast. I think a lot of people just dismissed AI, generative AI, out of the box when it came out, and I think that that's a mistake.
Okay, guys. I believe we are out of time. I would like like to thank our panelists. You're released, Alex.
We don't get any music to play us off.
No, I thought you were gonna grab the mic when you were on your breaking free.
You were somehow you wanted to stop. Charlotte? I was sharing my bank
Is the seat taken? Okay, here. Yeah, you're good. I'll probably do it.
Next week is well, I was going to make it a conversation as well. If you go into a restaurant and say, oh, great, put the phone on the table. As long as you don't touch it, you know.
But I think there are jobs that's, right now there's
Carrot and stick. No things. Ryan's always got it. Why is it up? My work this week. I saved some of them. I didn't quite say that regulators are the ransomware actors. I've said that before. I do. See if they have a chance of harming it. It's so strange. Here's a product that works so good. Here's a product of move on over.
I mean, maybe, but right now, we're still figuring out our setup. Sorry, I was expecting to in theory,
we can slide it over a little bit more. That way. Can you hear me in the back? No, it's still not wrong.
I think I'm just, I'm not going to I don't think it's but this is HDMI.
Can you hear me back there? Does it buzz or moan or sing tunes?
I can move this back and then you can just sit on this side.
Okay, okay. I see what you're saying now. All right. There we go. Yeah. Perfect. Sorry, I'm grabbing out the device and my drinks. Let me know. Wonderful. I think that'll be plenty of slack. Yeah.
Better?
Yeah.
Not perfect.
This is disconnected. It was working, huh?
It might just took a second to pick it up.
All right. I will use it as a separate display. And I want my mouse to get
Are you sitting here?
Huh?
This is where you can it from?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure I got this set up the right way.
Yeah.
I'll just give you 5 minutes and tell her.
Sounds good. Yeah. Sounds good. I think we're all set up. Yeah, since I got it. I'm grabbing my drink. There we go. All right. It's really weird to have it behind me, but
Alright guys, looks like our next speaker is ready to go. And before we get to her thrilling talk on Spy-Fi and the thrilling world of AI surveillance, I'd like to thank our sponsors. We have Blue Bastion, Bank of America, and Guidepoint. And here at BSides, we're all volunteer run, and we run off of donations. So if you would like to throw money at us, we would greatly appreciate it, because then we can do this again next year. And with that, we will return to our regularly scheduled programming with Zoe Steinkamp and her wonderful talk about AI surveillance.
awesome. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get started here. So, as they just said, we're going to be doing a quick talk on basically AI vision surveillance and how you can set up your own at home. And I know that sounds kind of funny because you're probably thinking I've got a security camera, Waze camera, all that good stuff. Well, you can also hook it up with AI models and track even more great things. And we can also see how this is used at scale. And I know what everyone's immediately jumping to is some dystopian future where, you know, the government watches you and all that good stuff, but we're also going to talk about the actual more friendly use cases where it gets used. So really quick, my name is Zoe Steinkamp. I'm a developer advocate at a company called Influx Data. We're a time series database, so we monitor things like IoT devices, hardware devices. We are used for things like observability. So in general, we're used for observing the hardware that gets used for powering AI surveillance. I am not here to sell you an AI model or AI tech, and I don't represent NVIDIA, though we're going to be talking about them and their technology quite a bit. So the agenda is first we're going to do an introduction to NVIDIA DeepStream and Jetson Nano. I actually have a Jetson Nano here with me. Originally I thought I might be able to do this demo live, but it's kind of a whole thing to hook this thing up. So you can kind of see it, and I'll go over what this is in a second. We'll also talk about InfluxDB and Telegraph, which is an open source metrics agent. We're going to really briefly discuss some of the Vision AI technology use cases that are good for our lives, and how you would actually set up this project at home. So setting up all of the hardware, all of the MQTT sensors, etc. And then originally it was going to be a live demo of the project. I have a video because I'm smart enough to think on a backup project for this. So we're going to see a quick video of how this would look when it's visualized. So first things first. So for this solution, we normally use a, I'm going to kind of hold these up if the cords will allow me. Sorry guys, very tangled over here. Everything likes to hold itself. So we use a USB webcam. You could obviously use something a bit nicer, but for this project, which by the way, at the very end of this, there will be like a ton of QR codes with links, GitHub projects, links to buy materials, etc. But basically, USB webcam, it gets hooked up to the NVIDIA Jetson. I guess I've got a collection here. NVIDIA Jetson, basically this is a NVIDIA device that can run, actually it's kind of like a Raspberry Pi. Just imagine it like a more powerful Raspberry Pi is how I would describe it. But basically it can be used to run Vision AI pipelines and ingest things like the raw data frames that come off that USB webcam. From there we feed them through what we call an object detection model. This one specifically will detect 4 things, which in this room there's only ever one thing really to detect, which is people, but it can also detect cars and bikes. It can even detect plastic cars, because we've occasionally used it in a similar space like this, and we put a plastic car in front of it, and it was tricked. It thought it was a car. So at least it somewhat works, and road signs as well, though I've never tried to see if it would work for that. Basically, when it does, it will give us 2 parallel output streams. We have something called an RTSP, which is a real-time streaming protocol, which basically is just the video frames. It's basically, when I get to the next couple slides, you'll see an image of what this looks like, but it's just a box around the cars or people or things it is detecting. Sometimes, for example, it also detects things like a chair. It will get confused and be like, there is an item in my scope, but I'm not quite sure what it is. And then our MQTT client allows us to basically get our detection results, and that's more of a result on a statistic. So for example, with the chair, it would say something like 40% accuracy. It believes it's 40% close to a human. Why? I don't know, because the chair looks just enough like us. Versus if you're standing like right in front of the USB camera, it's pretty much 100%. It's like very certain that you are a person, that it's recognizing you. And it gives these percentages because it's important to keep in mind that, like, again, used at scale, there would be, you know, this could be an environment where there's lots of people kind of moving around. We kind of look like fuzzy ants to the camera at times, and so it's very good that it knows a relative confidence level of how confident it is that it's getting this right. So one thing that's powering underneath this is a model, which again is basically just the pre-trained neural network. Ours is pre-trained specifically, like I said before, for environments with cars and people. Basically a street corner is what you can imagine. Other models are trained to look for things like animals, different types of wildlife, for example. We'll be hooked up with models that are specifically looking for birds, or for example, the wildlife cameras that you might see, things that are looking for wolves or coyotes, etc. Those are powering with a different model. And with all of this, basically, let me go on to the next slide. So this is all being powered up by NVIDIA DeepStream. In its simplest form, it's essentially a series of GStreamer elements that have been optimized to make use of the NVIDIA GPU acceleration. It's provided an ecosystem of visual analytics, TensorRT, which basically is the modeling, IoT plugins, which include things like MQTT and Kafka, that abstract you from learning those base libraries and systems. Basically, it makes it so you don't have to know everything to get this running. It's abstracting it away and just making it easier to package. As you can see from this screenshot that I grabbed from NVIDIA's website, you can see that they're expecting you to send in sensor data, webcam data, and then from there, they especially like to talk about it being used within factory and warehouse locations, which is also where we see our customers use this as well. As a time series database, we tend to work a lot in industrial IoT, but you can imagine like an Amazon warehouse where there's lots of boxes, lots of items, lots of things. The camera will have models trained on being able to recognize sizes and such, and being able to also do, I'll get to it in a little bit, but also do like safety measures as well around those machines. So this is what this looks like, as I said before, in a real, like this is from NVIDIA's website. This is how they expect you to use most of these kind of projects. This is how our project, for example, would be used more appropriately. Instead of being used within a conference setting, it would be on a street corner, where yes, you can see those bound boxes that I was talking about before, where it's saying, here is the item that I'm recognizing. It's a little hard to tell in the screenshot, but there's actually a little number above them that says something like car and then the confidence level. So again, as you can see, when the cars are clustered up next to each other, and again, you can imagine it like humans clustered up next to each other, the confidence tends to drop because it's seeing a boxy item, it's taking a good guess, but again, the confidence of just the single car is probably the highest, the car that, you know, is the most recognizable as a vehicle. So the Jetson Nano is basically, like I said before, it's like a compact Raspberry Pi. It is specific though for things like robotics, IoT projects. From their website, their newer one offers 128 CUDA cores, a quad core. It's all this great stuff. Mine's actually a little bit on the older side. I want to say this is about 2 years old. And this thing gets so hot, I swear you could like cook an egg on it. And actually, I've almost burned myself, and I have to be really careful setting this demo down because, yeah, it has a little warning on it, but yes, these things get hot. I don't know that anybody actually uses them in like an industrial IoT setting. I feel like on the factory floor you have something a little more powerful than this, but people definitely use them for at-home use for robotics and AI and just in general tinkering. Kind of similar to the Raspberry Pi. You could use it at scale, no doubt about it, but normally you would see it in a more home environment. So when it comes to InfluxDB, basically what we are is we're a time series database, which I've kind of already talked about. And that means that we store data based off of time, and our sources are very similar to the NVIDIA Jetson sources. We take in things from networks, infrastructure, applications, again, sensors. We don't store like raw video files, for example. And even if I had set this up, I can assure you we're not saving the footage because I don't need it. I don't need to store video files, that would be too much. And I have no interest in it anyways. So when it comes to things like where you store this kind of data, you might think that you could just throw it into any database or that it doesn't even really matter, which is kind of true, but you also want to keep track, when I actually show the video of this demo, you kind of want to keep track of the confidence level. You want to keep track of how many cars and people it is detecting, especially for the use cases that we'll be getting into soon where you actually need to go back and reference that data. You can't just always throw it into the wind or be real-time monitoring it. Sometimes you need to be able to go back and reference it. So we are an ideal solution for this because we already deal with that timestamp metric data, and we are specifically made for it because we also query on time. So you can say something like, in the past 5 minutes, 3 days ago, I'm getting a bunch of like sensor hits, what was happening basically, like what is the confidence level here, and then if you actually were keeping your video files, you'd be able to look back on that one as well. And then this is just basically talking about some more of those use cases, things like ingesting a high stream of data, like what this device tends to give us, compression, which is basically the ability to store that large data set without breaking the bank. We also have things called retention policies, which allows you to delete your data after a certain amount of days or time. So a lot of our customers use that to be like, in 7 days, just delete it. If I haven't looked at it by then, it doesn't matter kind of thing. Basically, it's somewhat real-time monitoring with like a little bit of leeway room, you could say, a little bit of lag. Cardinality, which is just the ability to store a lot of metadata that comes with these kind of data types. And as I already mentioned, querying on time. So let's go ahead and overview of Telegraph as well. So Telegraph is a really useful tool. For this one, we're using 2 input. We're actually using the MQTT input plugin. I'm going to mention another one that's specific for NVIDIA hardware. It just doesn't work for the Jetson Nano, but it works for other customers who use NVIDIA hardware at scale. But basically, this is a really cool open source collection agent for ingesting metrics. It's driven by the community, although we're the caretakers. We make sure nothing buggy or security hazard gets through when people put up PRs, and these are just a few of the examples of Telegraph plugins. So though we're going to be talking about the MQTT one, we obviously have quite a lot of different options, and these can all come from different data sources. Most of them are the more, I like to call, professional. There are things like OpenTelemetry or looking at your MongoDB, but we also have some unprofessional, as I like to call them, ones like Minecraft and CSGO. Yes, people do use us for monitoring their Minecraft data. I have no idea what they're getting out of it, but I hope it's valuable. But yeah, there's 400 of them, so this is just a very small list. I do have slides where I go over all of them, but it's too much. And the big thing is that we technically normally use 2. So we have the Telegraph NVIDIA System Management Interface plugin, which, by the way, this plugin is supported by NVIDIA engineers. That's why it also has, actually have a few different NVIDIA plugins, not just this one. But it tends to work within embedded systems such as the Jetson family. But for this one, unfortunately, it does not work with our old Jetson device, basically. Unfortunately, our device is too old. I'd have to go spend a lot more money to get the new one. They cost like $500, and this one was significantly cheaper, and it was in my home, so we just decided to run with that instead. But in general, NVIDIA System Management Interface can help you get things like your GPU utilization, power consumption, all kinds of awesome data that is important when you're monitoring NVIDIA hardware. What we're going to end up using, though, is the MQTT input plugin, which is basically just going to allow us to, and normally it's used for things like IoT devices and sensors, but it can also be manipulated, or I guess you could say customized is probably a nicer word. It can be customized to insert other types of data as well. So for this project, we take advantage of that MQTT plugin, as well as the execd plugin, which is just even more general use. Something that I also wanted to mention is the Telegraph Starlark processor plugin, which allows you to do like custom metric processing, which we're also going to be taking advantage of. Basically, it's going to allow us to do a little bit of downsampling and logical operations on our data set. This is good, so that way then we don't have to do it, like, let's face it, the database isn't really made to do data manipulation as much. There's many other tools to do that, and this processor plugin is one of them. So Telegraph has input plugins, which is how you get the data in. It has output plugins, which is where that data goes onto. It can be something like Influx, but it could also be other databases or data sinks, as most people tend to call them, and then processor plugins, which allow you to run aggregations, downsample, just in general, manipulate your data before it even hits the data sink, which can obviously save money if you're dealing with things like a high data ingest, or just in general make your life a little bit easier. So let's talk about some technology use cases where this project was originally actually inspired by. Now, for security purposes, I cannot name anybody by name. That's just kind of how this goes. But NVIDIA actually does name some of them on their website, but for this one, this is a company out of France. That's all I can say about them. And basically, they use a much more advanced version of the webcamming to monitor how many people are within the train stations at a time. And the reason that they're doing that is to prevent basically a crush. As many of you might know, that is a thing that happens. You have things like crowd crushes, just in general, too much crowding. There is a limit to how many people can safely be within a space, in a station, in an environment that you know there are walls around you to an extent. And so what they do is they use the camera to basically keep track when they might need to basically have security guards go and stop people from keeping going into the train station. You know, you have a big Taylor Swift concert, it gets out, you got like 60,000 people all trying to get to public transit, but there's safety involved in that. And these cameras can immediately alert, because again, in this image especially, imagine this with, a nicer camera basically, you can obviously tell that there's just like hundreds of humans. And again, it could be done by a person, it could be done by a human watching the camera, to be sure. But again, imagine that you're the security person who needs to go down there and just start dealing with stuff. You don't have time to always be staring at a camera. Sometimes you need to have extra staff come in and you need to make that call. And it's just easier if you just have something else doing the automatic monitoring for you to an extent. And although I mentioned something that you would expect a lot of people to come from, like a Taylor Swift concert, it can just come out of nowhere in general. These kind of things just happen. Who knows? There was a giant 5,000 person wedding down the street and it just like got out. And you're like, I never expected all these darn people. Where'd you come from? And so this is a real life use case that gets used for safety around mass transit. And that's just one of them. This is kind of something I mentioned before, which is geofencing for safer work environments. So for anybody who hasn't gotten to see these kind of robotic arms in real life, because I go to manufacturing trade shows, so I get to see them, they're kind of terrifying. Like they're cool. They're very, very cool. They're great in what they do. They save people's backs. They're here to save your back, so you don't have to like pick up heavy items. They're great for that. They sort things that we don't want to sort. But in general, they are very large and they don't recognize that we are not like them, I guess you can say. They don't recognize us at all half the time. They don't have cameras on them all the time. And so a lot of these arms are just operating. They're just living their daily lives, doing their daily tasks. And if you as a human get too close, unfortunately, they might just hit you. It's not their fault. They didn't see you coming. They don't know why you were there. You're in their space. You're invading their space. And so what some people do is they have AI smart cameras that basically means you no longer have to have this like, normally what you would do is you would have a barrier, a fence around the robot. That's kind of like the obvious step is like, okay, if you're gonna hit me, I'm just gonna put a fence around you like a bad dog. But what you can instead do is have an AI smart camera that would recognize when the human, and that means any human body part, by the way, not just like your head, for example, or your whole body, like maybe like, sorry guys, maybe like do this. I don't know, you're waving at a coworker or something and the robot is right here. With these AI smart cameras, it would actually immediately stop moving. It would just stop in place and it would realize that you're within its personal bubble and it would stop for the safety of you. Because again, even if it's just your arm, next thing you know, your arm's being, attacked by a robot because again, it's just continuing its life. It doesn't recognize that you are there. And so these are really important in, factory floors, Amazon warehouses, anywhere where people are working next to these robotic robots that, are becoming more and more common in these environments. And again, as humans, we're not really used to, per se, working with something that doesn't stop when we hit it, to be sure. The other thing that it gets used for is forward-thinking street design. So it's really nice to be able to say, like, this street is used more commonly by pedestrians and bikers than it is by cars, for example. Like, there are streets out there, for sure, that it would be more valuable to have a wider sidewalk, more bike lanes, like, I don't know, just people aren't driving on the street. Maybe it's not the ideal street to drive on. Maybe parking sucks there. Who knows? There's many reasons that, like, we designed a street originally to have 6 lanes and it doesn't need it. And one thing that street designers like to do is they like to use this kind of technology. And again, they're not always saving the video footage. They're actually saving the counts. That's all they want. They just want the counts so they can come back and prove, look, in a single Saturday, 1,000 people walked by. In an hour, there was 50 bikers and there was 5 cars. And you can be like, look, you don't need all this infrastructure for the cars when the pedestrians and of course like 10 scooters, of course. And you're like, we need wider sidewalks so the scooters stop hitting the pedestrians are crowded, and crowding's no good for the pedestrians, and like the street shops, they want more space for their pedestrians, etc., etc. And again, sometimes you need the data to back up these decisions. It's like I said, it's nice to imagine that you could just take some photos, prove it that way. But a lot of times, if anybody here has ever sat in like a council meeting for your area, I've actually sat in a few in Aurora where I live, you need data because even then people will argue with you and be like, I don't care if it was a random Saturday. They'll be like, how dare you assume that people like this street? You need a lot of data. You normally need months of data to back up your obvious at times assumption, your obvious things that you could see with your own eyes. And this actually does help quite a bit in being able to prove, especially with the model that we're using, like, hey, no, I'm dead serious. Like, there's more dogs on this street than cars, I swear. And then another big one is being able to help in remote locations. So basically what they do here is they hook up Vision AI software onto the drones, and this is being used especially in remote areas of Northern California that are known to set on fire. And basically what the drones do is they're going and they're monitoring the infrastructure. And this is already in use. There's a few different drone companies that do this across the US, and they've become very popular because, to be fully candid, it's not a fun job to get up on the top of electrical stuff. It's just not safe, it's not easy, there's many issues with it. The drone has less issues, and if the drone gets electrocuted, who cares? You just replace it and you move on. Or, you know, the drone, it gets in the wind, it gets a little angry, and then it goes back. But basically, the drone is just a much easier thing to work with, and half the time it's being controlled by a human who's sitting comfortably at their home, on their couch with their dog, where they would rather be, and rather let the drone go deal with the, you know, less fun environment or very, very remote locations where these wires end up being. Because again, if anyone here has done like the Manitou incline, that was basically how people like built stuff back in the day. And you know, you still don't always want to just go have to hike up a mountain to get to the electrical lines to see if they're looking good. So that's where this Vision AI gets hooked up onto something, again, like a drone or some other technology that can basically travel along with it. And again, this isn't like a menacing drone, it's just there to make sure that the wires look good, so hopefully nothing collapses or catches on fire as it has done in the past, and will probably do in the future, for being honest. So, setting up our project. So again, I'm going to leave links for the GitHub for all of this, but basically the gist of it is that you have your Jetson Nano hooked up to your camera. You could use, like I said, a nicer one, but I just have a really crappy $10 one from Amazon that does the job. It freaks people out when it's in use. That's all its purpose is. And then from there we have our MQTT broker, which is hooked up to Telegraph. Then we have our write endpoint, which basically writes to an InfluxDB OSS instance running on the Jetson device. That's something I guess I forgot to mention. We technically have an open source database. I always forget this. It's just common knowledge for me, but we have an open source database that allows people to run it on devices like this. We run on Raspberry Pis, we run on Home Assistant. It's a pretty common use case for the open source database. From there, they can go ahead and send it up to InfluxDB Cloud, and they could run it through something like a detection MLOps, for example. Like you could take this further, which we're not going to show here, and it's not in the code. It's more of like it's like something you can imagine into the future in real life. But basically, from there, with the little Jetson Nano, we're doing downsampling. We're basically saying instead of the amount of humans every second, just give it to me every like minute or something like that. So let me just go ahead and go through some of this code. So setting up the project is pretty straightforward once you have the hardware. The project itself is living in GitHub, pretty straightforward there. You pretty much just install the pip requirements and you have that going. Then we have, as I mentioned before, we have our MQTT client, which is publishing samples based on that custom data model to our MQTT broker. So this is, for example, what a Telegraph file for MQTT would look like. Or sorry, my bad, this is actually the Pi-Ho MQTT client, which is basically a library that's open source and super easy to use. Here we're specifically getting the interface results that are sent during our what we call iframe loop. You can see here that we conditionally only send the results every 30 frames. Since our webcam produces about 30 frames per second, this is basically a value per second. It doesn't always make sense, at least for our use case, to report each frame, since most objects will not have changed within 1 second. That would have to be a really fast dog. Just has to be like, vroom, instant. So for the and a really fast human too. For the most part, we don't move that fast. We're kind of, especially when we're staring at ourselves in a camera, that tends to slow us down even more. We tend to stand right there. Our metadata is then saved based on the interface data structure that we created, which we'll go into next. And basically with that, this for those of you guys who aren't aware, MQTT also takes advantage of something called Mosquito. This is basically just setting it up. Again, all of these commands are within the GitHub file, so this is really just a quick overview of how this would look. So as discussed previously, when we write our own like MQTT client, it gives us a little bit of flexibility over the data model that we're going to be delivering. So with this one, we can see our detection frame number, which tells us basically the frame number for which the detection was taken. This number basically continues to go up as we keep getting more frame rates. You could honestly throw this one away. It's not necessarily the most useful because it doesn't contain any pertinent information. It just says when something happened. Caveat being, if you're actually keeping your video recordings, this would be a helpful thing to keep on. the total number of objects being detected by the model. So for example, with this one, it's saying that at the frame of 2,280, we see one thing. Now, obviously with this, then from there, it says within our interface results actually what it's seeing. So it's got a class ID, for example, the 1 is a car, the 2 is a person. So with this one, it's got person. We also have a human readable version of this class ID that we can see as person. So it's very easy for us to understand what we're looking at. We do not have to remember that class ID 2 equals people, because that's a little hard for us to always remember, especially if we were tracking more than just 2 things, for example. Then we have the confidence level, which I was mentioning before. That's the value between 0 and 1. You can imagine 0 as 0% confidence, and 1 as pretty much 100% confidence. So anything in between there, just basically add a 0 or add like 3 zeros. So if it's like 0.6, it's basically 60%. So yeah, just add like 2 zeros to it and you're good. From the coordinate left, that is the distance between the left edge of the frame and the top corner of the bounding box. Both of these next, the core top is basically the same, except for it's the top edge of the frame to the top left corner of the bounding box. Basically, it's saying where the box is within the frame. It's a little bit weird to actually talk about. Imagine it like latitude and longitudes within the image, basically. Then we have the width, which is the width of the bounding box. So that's like how big you or the item within the camera is. So again, if you're super far away from the camera, your bound box is pretty small because you're pretty small, but if you're like standing right in front of it, it'll be like a pretty big box because it's like, look, there's a person right there, I can see them. It gets very excited, it makes a really big box. And that's just basically telling us how big it is. The object ID is technically a unique tracker. To be clear, our model is not smart enough to recognize if you come back. It does not know you that well, it's not using facial recognition. So this number for us is okay to have, but it's not like, and at least for our model, it's not great because it's not actually like, I can't tell that Mark came back 3 times. I really cannot tell. It doesn't know it that well. This number is irrelevant for that example. And then the unique COM ID we're also not really using, but it's normally, again, a tracker for all the detections. So you may be wondering in the current data structure how we basically would distinguish the different parallel detections given the time interval. With influx speed, we simply just overwrite the field, and we can read on how to do that within our telegraph section. So this is how this looks like when we're actually sending this in. So this is a telegraph YAML file. This is the ingester in particular. So you can kind of see up here we have an alias, we have an interval of every 5 seconds. Go ahead and send this to our localhost value, our localhost instance, because again, we're running this locally. We have a topic here called interface. We have a connection timeout just in case we need to have that. And here we're using the JSON v2 parser as well. So this basically is just saying, go ahead and send this data in. This is how often we want it sent in. And then you can actually start to see part of this is the MQTT input consumer as well. And then this is pretty much very straightforward. This is just the output plugin. Again, as I mentioned before, you have your input plugins for Telegraph, then you have your output plugins. This one is pretty straightforward because it's just set up for influx, but basically it's saying, for this one, for example, it's saying send it to the cloud, but we actually end up sending it to localhost. We give it a token, an organization, and a bucket, which is just a database destination basically to write to. And this is the Starlark processor. So this is back within the Telegraph file. So all of these live within the Telegraph file. You got your input, your output, and your processors. So for those of you guys who aren't aware, Starlark is a Python-like scripting language that basically just allows you to manipulate your metrics in real time. This can be anything from performing more advanced custom calculations to converting timestamps, for example, into something like UTC. For this one, we're adding a tag to our metric, which will act as our unique identifier. So for example here, you can see our before results and our after results, where we have now added our unique identifier into here. So this is the JSON sample produced in basically our line protocol entries, which is basically just the Telegraph entries that we're creating. One for the first object, which doesn't have the Starlark processor, and one for the second. Basically, this is our metric being passed through our script. As you can see here now, we have a new tag applied to each metric, just basically making them more unique entries so we can reference them a little bit easier when we go to visualize them. And finally, this is just the outputs, again, just for with everything basically added, a little bit more information. So just to clarify, this is basically how this goes in. You have our Jetson stats going to the exec. You have our interface stats going into the MQTT consumer. They both go through Starlark so they can be connected via that tag value. And then we're sending them with 2 different output plugins, one to cloud and one to OSS. And that's the other thing too, is you can have multiple output plugins with Telegraph, so you can choose to send it to many, many, many different places. There's plenty of people who use like 10. So the data can go to all the different syncs that they require in. Now, one thing to note though is that we don't always want our Jetson stats actually to go through Starlark, so we can all versus the actual exec one. So you could also do this as well, where you're basically just saying, a name pass, which is saying like pass this not through the processor, just go ahead and send it onward to the cloud, versus a name, versus just sending them both through. This is we actually have a version where we do both. It just depends on which one, basically it's more useful for your use case. So now that we're actually ingesting our metrics into Influx with this Telegraph file, the goal now is that we basically wanted to have a simple dashboard for our raw interface data, and we wanted to downsample in transmission to our cloud instance. So that basically means that we wanted to downsample our data within our local instance before we send it up to cloud. People do this for multiple reasons. The big one is just honestly cost savings, and also just doing some pre-cleanup before it heads into cloud. And this is any kind of cloud. Although it's mentioning Influx, in general, when you send your data onward into a cloud environment, you kind of want to downsample it first. This is just a quick downsample file. What this one is basically doing here is for every 10 minutes, it's downsampling some of the measurements that we've been receiving, and it's just basically putting them into, it's getting the averages of them, if I remember correctly. This has been slightly cut off, so I have to actually go back and look at this file again. But basically, from what I remember, it's getting an average down to every 10 minutes of how many counts it has. So this was supposed to be our visualization and live coding. I'm going to be pulling up a video here, so give me one sec. You have to look behind me. Yeah, you can see all my stuff up here for what I was hoping to show. All right, let me see what my video went. Nah, that VLC is not what we want. That is actually where you run the, I wonder if it actually still, yeah, so you can kind of see this shitty image down here at the bottom. That was the camera running earlier in the hallway where it was catching random people. And it's also crashing. Go away. Go away. So let me make sure this is also muted. I don't think there's any noise on it, but it would suck if there was. I guess you can't mute this from here. Oh, that's right, it would be on my laptop. All right, we're good. So basically, this is how, actually I'm gonna start this from the beginning, I almost forgot. So this is how it would look within the Influx TV interface. So as you can see, this is it running locally. So we've got our local host running here. We have our edge interface and our BW interface results. Sorry, I'm trying to get this camera thing to go away. There we go. With this, we're specifically looking at the confidence level, but you can also see things like, I just realized I wasn't talking to the mic, I'm sorry guys. Let me grab this. Okay, cool. Sorry everyone in the back. So basically here we have, this is how you would see it on the local instance of Influx TV. So this is just basically a very simple, it's not meant to be like a dashboarding visualization, it's just basically to make sure that you can see your data coming in. So here you can see we have our edge interface bucket, we have our BW interface results, and here we're filtering on our confidence level. So that means that you can kind of see, it's a little fuzzy here because it's just starting. Let me keep playing the video. Yeah. So you can kind of see our confidence. It immediately shoots up, then shoots down. Depending on what was happening during this, it would, and those are like the full results all wrote out. You can see like our timestamp value, the host, the object. I actually don't remember where we were. And then this is how this would look within our Grafana visualization. So you can see our average confidence level is at roughly 45% or so. You can see our frame number, the last label, which was a person, so that was the last thing that we saw. I think I was doing this at home, so I think this is just me waving at the camera. You can also see our bound box and our height, basically where it is within the, you can also see some of the detections. Here, I'm gonna pause this. Sorry, like I said, I was planning to do this live, so I wasn't quite ready for going over the whole video. So basically with here, you can see like the bounding box height and width and the detection status. As I said before, this one's a little more boring because it was just me waving at the camera. But you can see down here some of our detection status, and that would come with a much longer list if we just had a few more objects basically in our camera's range. But yeah, this Grafana dashboard is available as well within the GitHub project, so that makes it pretty simple to just go ahead and download. If you've never worked with Grafana, you basically just download a JSON object, which then you port into this to build the dashboard. It's very straightforward. And we also have a Grafana connector as well.
I'm gonna really quick see in my, oh my goodness, this thing is still, go away. ALC is the worst. Literally the worst. I wanted to see, oh my god, yeah, of course I have. I wanted to see if this is just a recording of this. I think it is, unfortunately. Darn, I was kind of hoping I had a recording where we used it with more people basically roaming around, but I don't think I got to. No, I don't think this is, no, this is like a different one. Sorry guys, I wish I had more videos, but basically that does kind of go over, pull back up my slides. Yeah, basically that does kind of go over how this looks when it's actually in place. And you can imagine, there we go. You can imagine at scale you'd be able to see things like multiple people. We tend to get a confidence rate that goes up and down depending on, like I said, if we were in this room and the camera was up there, it would probably be pretty high, probably at like 70 or 80%. Once we were in a room where it was basically just the camera staring at a bunch of chairs and the confidence was at like 20%, it was like, I don't know what these are, but there's something. It detected that they were something, but it was not very confident in its detection. So here are some of those learning resources that I mentioned. So I like to put everything in one slide for the QR codes because honestly there's just a lot of stuff going on in this project. The Jetson series is pretty much where you can find information about the devices. The GitHub project is obviously where this entire project lives, where the code is. It has much better instructions, I guess you could say, more simple instructions to just get this up and running once you have the hardware set up. There's a YouTube video here for the Jetson Nano plus DeepStream, basically how you get them to work together and get everything installed on the device. Some DeepStream examples. So this is NVIDIA's own example category of, how people tend to use it, what they're using it to be powered on. Like I said, you're going to see a lot of industrial use cases there. You're not going to see so much about the ones that get used in I'm trying to think of the word, in the outer world, like outside space, because again, they don't want to be they don't want to be associated with you being spied on by like your neighbor or your government or anything like that. Then you have the RT Sensor blog that kind of talks about some of the modeling options that come with RT Sensor. A walkthrough blog, which is where one of my coworkers walked through this entire project, so that way then he could basically explain some of the reasoning on some of the technology that we picked, how it was built out, etc. And then docs about the two plugins that I mentioned earlier. We also have a try it yourself. If you this also, by the way, this lives within the Influx community. That's why this is up here on the screen. That's actually that's where multiple other projects live as well. If you're interested in trying out other types of IoT projects, we have things like Plant Buddy, where you can monitor your own at-home plants and such. So when they die, you can be blamed completely for it. Or you can try out influxdata.com as well. We have like a free cloud, free open source, all the good stuff. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to, I meant to do this a little bit more live, so I have a little bit of extra time here for questions, if anybody has any.
So I know in the kind of like home security realm, Blue Iris is one of the main, this guy's not, he knows what's up, is one of the main softwares where it takes RTSP protocol camera feeds, and then people have adapted like Google Tesla video cards to run AI object recognition on it, so that when a person comes up with like a box, it'll tag it as like delivery and then message you. This seems to go in a different, more analytic route. Is that my understanding correct? Is that you're not trying to figure out like specifically like who is a person? That's not the end goal of this, but rather like how many people, and you're using that data for whatever.
Yeah, so the question here is if this is being used as a more analytical purpose versus sending you a text that might let you know that a person with a package has arrived or a dog is on your porch or something like that. And that is correct. This is definitely, like I said, this was inspired by a customer who uses it for monitoring mass transit. And again, they're not, like I mentioned at the beginning, this is assuming that you're not really keeping the video feed. You might be looking at it as a human, like you might be like staring at the camera or something, but for the most part, it's counting without your intervention, and it's just counting. It's not necessarily always storing. Like, for example, I use Waze at home. It's an app that, again, it will tell me like a person came by with a package from Amazon, or it tells me a pet's on the porch and it's always some random cat that's not mine. But regardless, that's sending me video footage. It normally saves me like a minute or 30-second clip. this isn't meant for that. This is more for like, yeah, a longer term analytical look at this and being able to count up, like I said, for street design or for safety concerns, but yeah, a little bit less one notification and a little bit less even tracking the actual camera footage as well. Because like I said, we don't even store this camera footage. A lot of the customers who we work with, they don't store the camera footage either. That's not really the goal. The goal is to analyze what's happening either right then and there, like I said, for the robots who work with people, or analyze it over the longer term and be like, yes, we have 50 people on this street today, we have 500 tomorrow, et cetera, et cetera. They're just basically two different ways of getting to the same relative place of, yeah, using Vision AI to power useful things, you could say, just in different ways. Yes?
What's your total investment for your lab if you got the upgraded Jetson?
The upgraded Jetson runs somewhere between $200 to like $1,000 depending on the hardware running on it. Mine was about, I want to say it was either $200 to $250 and it's an older model. So the whole home lab should run you under $500 though, because everything else here on my little table is, like I said, $10 from Amazon, very crappy. You could get better for like 20 bucks. Ethernet cord for the project for this because I need to actually hook it to my laptop and share internet with it because that's just how it goes. So again, basically the Jetson Nano is your most expensive piece here. Deepstream has, okay, one thing to note, Deepstream has paid packages and then has free packages. We're using an older one, so it's free. So that's the other, they're cool with something a little more free but probably still does the job. You can go old school, it doesn't matter, and it will work for you. So that is one other thing to note, I suppose. But all in, it should be under $500. Depending on if you can get an older Nano, it might even be cheaper. These used to be cheaper. NVIDIA has gotten very, popular recently. I don't know why. Yes.
Have you looked at doing this with? So there are make cameras that have an actual embedded processor on board the camera, so that it can actually do some of that downsampling, some of the analysis on the camera. I had to work with one back in like 2018. Have you looked at kind of porting some of these? Kind of porting this project to a camera like that where it's the camera itself is doing the processing before it sends the video feedback?
Yeah, actually we looked at that originally for this project and I was not opposed to doing that kind of hardware instead. I swear my coworker just really wanted to get an NVIDIA Jetson. Like I swear there was ulterior motives at play because he was like, no, I want to do the hardware for this. And when I had to, we basically did the project together, but he slightly led it at the time. And I was like, when this thing showed up to my house, I was like, why did we not get the camera? Why did we have to? I wanted the simpler route like you're describing, something that already had everything hooked up, and he was like, nah, we're going for the gold. I'm like, all right. That's also how I have like 3 Raspberry Pis in my house as well, which again, his, I think, have gone on to do something more fun in his own home. I swear he has like a plant jungle that he's monitoring with them or something. But yeah, there was ulterior motives to use the NVIDIA Jetson. You can do this with lots of other hardware, by the way. Definitely you can do it with a Pi. You can do it with other, basically anything that's got, like you said, a camera with the smart tech on board. You have many, many, many options. This just is specific to NVIDIA. That's what the GitHub file will have, I'm going to be honest. Yes?
When did you start developing this?
Roughly, I want to say about 2 years ago. About 2 years ago. That's why this one is an older model as well. Yeah.
I'm just slightly curious. I was at the time working for an architecture firm. I was looking at some of the stuff, I would say 2018, regarding using it for profiling or for analyzing the workplace flow of people. So I was just, this looks very familiar to some of the so I saw the tool, but nowhere near as developed. So I'm just curious as to how long this is kind of been a range on.
Yeah, no, the original project has been done, I want to say 2 years ago, and it's gotten updates over the past year or two. Not like major updates, really just small bug fixes and stuff like that. The Deepstream and the NVIDIA Deepstream version that we're using, I think, is from like, I want to say it's from 2019 or 2020, because like I said, we're using an older version because it's free. If you get some of the newer ones, you have to pay a little bit of money for them, but the older versions tend to become free at some point. I don't quite know how NVIDIA does it, but that's basically what my coworker said when we picked the old version in the library to install. And I think NVIDIA Deepstream itself, I want to say, has been around since 2015, 2016. But I think at the beginning, it was definitely a project that was in its infancy, to be sure, because you still needed to get all the modeling done. And obviously, as anybody who's worked with AI models nowadays knows it takes a while and a lot of iterations to get things to where you really like them. Because like I said, this one's actually pretty decent at recognizing at least people, because we use it mainly with people. It recognizes a plastic car, but who knows how long it took the model to get that good. I didn't build that model. I didn't make it, you know, as good as it is today. Somebody else had to do all that work, and that probably took a couple years to be sure. But yeah, and nobody else has any questions currently?
I have a really cool use case for you, actually, if you
Ooh.
want to talk to me after this.
Sounds good. Thank you guys so much for coming to the talk.
And since I know none of you are tired of listening to me talk, remember, we have 4 more presentations, so don't go home. These are even better. I hope.
So I I'm legally blind, so I have difficulty seeing, and very recently I had a mildly scary incident. I had cars. There was a car that I thought they were following me.
Oh, I see.
But I can't recognize the person around me out show up myself.
Yes.
I can't see them. And I can think of a few different ways you can use something like this to help somebody navigate the world around them, especially in terms of things like, you know, who's coming to my house, how many different people have come to my house, how many, you know, is my neighbor parking in my yard because I can't tell. All of, you know, are there random cats in my neighborhood, all this stuff.
Basically all the things that a person who would not be disabled could see. Yeah.
You should talk to like the oh god, what do they call it here in Colorado? I'm originally from New Jersey, so I know the groups in New Jersey. But there's a lot of groups, you know, a lot of groups for the blind that make use of all these different types of computer vision. That's why I got into it in the first place, to help with everything from things like reading menus to recognizing, you know, how much. Actually, an interesting use case would be if you would do it in something like a smartphone, for me to be able to tell how many bills I'm receiving.
Oh, yeah.
To recognize different denominations of money. So right now, what I have to do is put it right up here, or trust the cashier.
Or trust the cashier, yeah.
So things like being able to dump my wallet on the, you know, on the table and say, what is in my wallet?
Well, the good thing is that as the models improve, you're also going to be able to get what you said in the beginning, which is the ability to re-recognize things, like cars and people. Like, it basically, you would have onboard facial recognition. Like, eventually, maybe it could be hooked up to something that, you know, is in like a key or something, for example, and it says to you, hey, this is Thomas. Thomas was here yesterday, basically. Like, even if he said nothing to you, you could see it was a person, but it could recognize them.
Yeah, or knowing things like how many people showed up to class today.
Yeah.
You know, if you're teaching. Anytime I see new technology, I'm like, oh, can I use this for accessibility reasons? I'm multiply disabled and I've never figured it out. Or I'm going to be walking around, you know.
And that's important because I feel like we build a lot of technology, but we don't, even though it has disability use cases, it's not the first thing that jumps into everybody's mind.
Yeah.
It's basically like we need
sort of
people
power extension cords or anything?
who come from that background or who are in that community to kind of be like, hey, this tech is useful to me, like if we could leverage it a little bit more.
The only power I know is connected to it already.
Medical use cases for telegraph as a whole, for tracking things like, for monitoring things like, what's the term? The thing
One of our coworkers uses it to monitor his mom's heart monitor.
Yeah.
So she has a, you know, I don't know what it really is,
Like
but
a pacemaker thing?
yes, basically, yeah, a pacemaker that monitors her, and he uses it to basically monitor her from afar because she lives in India.
But you can use it kind of similarly to things like, you know, like the epilepsy seizure detection dogs, or like
Yes.
the diabetic detection dogs. You could use it similarly, especially in the diabetes use case, to, if you hooked it up to the output from a glucose monitor, it could start learning things about
Your normal habits.
Your normal habits.
Yeah.
It's the real-time time series data. I can see a lot of use cases for being able to store that data for a short period of time, run some analytics over it, and then forward it off to the doctor.
Yeah, like I always point out like health trackers like Fitbit and stuff are great examples of time series data. Like, although when they graph it to you on the phone and stuff, they extrapolate it out to be like by the hour or maybe by the minute. In reality, they're tracking you every second. They're not tracking you by the minute, I can assure you. They're definitely tracking you every second. They just extrapolate it down for human readableness.
Also, if you ever need somebody to come with you to argue with the Aurora City Council about making our streets more pedestrian friendly, I will mobilize my army of people because I have been fighting this fight.
Well, luckily that's why, like I said, that's why this technology is great for the people who do, because it kind of kills arguments in the water.
And also, another group that might be interested in it is RTD, because of the way that they built the stations for the trains.
Yeah.
They have no way of actually measuring how many people are actually using the trains.
Which is why we do have issues with the trains becoming too crowded and the stations becoming too crowded. Like after a coffee game or something. Yeah, our stadium gets out.
I'll go over here, so it is an extension.
We were out there trying to set the train.
Need an HDMI? I do have an extra spot over here. If I can not.
Yeah, it's definitely very important. That's why, like I said,
Also, I would
it is used
suggest
in real
that you
life by a French company.
hold the mic. I can move it back. There's one over there.
There we go. Yeah, he could probably use one of the animal models to detect how many chickens have
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
and know the chickens have securely been in the house.
Okay, we got juice. Step one.
Is he gonna sit here?
Most of the
I think so. Or
clicker. By sun recognition. In theory, the chickens are supposed to go inside at sunset. In theory, but they don't. They're an animal.
Yeah. I think it'll work. I don't know if you have one that you'd rather use.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's two.
for like wildlife cameras and stuff. They might be using them right now for our wolf and police exercise.
Somebody else's break.
Probably, definitely a combination.
I don't take it as
This is our local TV.
It really takes a second to recognize it.
Yeah.
Not my wedding. But I can go right. I got it
Come on.
Unplug it again. Yeah, try unplugging it and redoing it. Usually takes a second to kick in. There we go.
Is that you? Yeah. Parrot or?
It's not the projector, so I hope it's
Oh, we get out of the way.
Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself.
There we go. And let me get you.
Spit hot fire.
Are you good?
Super hot fire. Where's your aim on that mic?
We'll check. I don't know on this one. Is it not?
Why are you worried about the gain, bro?
Microphone. Let me see if you're gonna stand.
Talk again, Jimmy. Count to 5.
Similar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it working? Check.
Are you happy with that? Are you happy there? Try again.
Try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Microphone check.
There we go.
Hey, about 20. I'll give you a 5.
Cranked you up twice. 2x.
Next speaker, 2 minutes.
I'm gonna give you half an hour. About half an hour. I'll just sit over here. Okay. Of course. Of course. Thanks for speaking. And nice to meet you as well. That's my first time volunteering, so next week we have the speaker liaison, so second liaison. You're doing great, man. So yeah. Where'd you get the beer? Thank you for speaking. Yeah, very much appreciated. Gotcha.
Thank you.
I was doing another microphone check. I guess it's almost time. I'm not going to be in the way over here. It's cold. I need a drink. Leaves never comes back.
He's a confidence beer.
Confident scotch.
There you go.
Social scotch.
Social scotch.
He went to go get social
Oh, he
scotch.
just dipped on.
Yeah, I know. Like, what am I giving this talk now? Fuck.
I'll give the talk.
Do you know? Zero, because I don't. Oh, there he is.
Hi. Sorry.
Finally. Ready? Alright. I think we should probably wait for the it's just sorry. Right up.
Whenever you're ready.
Well, I usually yeah. I'm gonna go announce that.
Talk about the start.
They told me to wait for a moment, so I'm waiting.
I still have my job.
Get out the way, then. Get out the way.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So next up is Jimmy Square, and he's going to teach you who the people in your neighborhood are via Bluetooth.
Thank you. What was that? Thank you. Turn the extra microphones off. Maybe one's enough here.
1, 2, 3. He's all 3, so.
Gotcha.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Ali, or Jimmy 2 times, or Jimmy Square. Thank you for the opportunity here to speak at BSides today. We're going to be talking about who are the people in your neighborhood. And yes, it's around the Bluetooth stack and the signals of Bluetooth. A little bit about me, 30 years of InfoSec, blue, purple, red, all of it. Currently the CEO of Lost Rabbit Labs. Former member of the U.S. National Video Game Team, and I like to fuck around and find out. This presentation is going to cover an inspiration or why I wanted to visualize Bluetooth. It's kind of a dark net, we couldn't see it, so we wanted to bring it to the light. Correlating some of the OUIs, UIDs, and devices, and the people who carry those devices. Enriching the data with OSINT classifications, some of the practical uses for red team and blue team, and hooking it up to a SIM. So we know Bluetooth is everywhere. All the graphs just point upward. And as we, again, throw in AI, we think we're going to create some really smart Bluetooth out there, and it's just being shipped out left and right. We'll say there's not really currently any security being applied there. We don't have any firewalling. We don't do any controls. We just kind of open it up and hope that our GAD services don't get spoofed or stolen. There was a little Twitter post here about somebody at the MFF who had a BLE attack spam mess with their insulin pump. So that's where we are with Bluetooth. It's affecting medical devices in all kinds of industry. So this is from the hacker perspective, and we do it for the, I guess, fill in the blank. We're all different. Sometimes we do it for the lulls. Some of us are here to defend. I'm a defender, so I do all of this offensive security to help defend the base. We like to say hack to live, not live to hack. And a quick shout out to the DC Goons, Franny, 303, and the 414 family. Represent. So the original idea for this Bluetooth device that we're going to be talking about that's made out of a Raspberry Pi came from the DC Darknet contest, where I did all the elements. I was busy volunteering. I wanted to get sleep. And they told us, you have one more element to do to get to the party. And I thought, if I just monitor these guys' Bluetooth signals, I'll find them at the party later. And so I didn't do that year. I did the Darknet competition in a normal, ethical way. But I did go home and start thinking about how I could do it next time if I needed it. And so Bluetooth control was built into the Chromebook from the very beginning. So Bluetooth control and Blues is basically the Bluetooth stack you'll find on many Arduino devices, Android, Linux, it's everywhere. So we have all the binaries on the system to do everything we want to do to talk to HCI, GAD, SDP, all the different protocols. So originally I had a kind of a hack where I followed the Blues program through expect and dump the log file out as we saw traffic. And so we're able to see MAC addresses, UUIDs, and things like that. So in this log, it might be hard to see, but we can see a name of DEFCON FERS on some of the devices. And there are several MAC addresses. So we're getting somewhere. We're able to identify objects. I then spent a long week learning Matplotlib, which was horrible. I had to learn way too much about that program, but it helps me get these signals plotted over time in a Gantt chart so they make sense. Wrapped a little crummy UI around it to be a little more functional, but it was completely passive. We're only watching signal come in, and we can configure whether it's classic Bluetooth or BLE. And so looking at stats, overall scores, what devices we've seen the most, what UUIDs, top MAC addresses of the last 10 minutes versus all time. We're able to see patterns now and see when things come and go, or whether they stay. So after playing around with the Raspberry Pi and Bluetooth, I learned a lot about where I could catch the signals, choke pointing. I started learning patterns about my neighbor. When they woke up, I'd see their lights come on, I'd see the lights go out. I would also see things like my neighbor was cheating on their spouse because I would see their car leave every morning and a new MAC address come in. And I just went out one day to kind of investigate, and it was real. So you can see real world events by watching Bluetooth signal. Also, if you use more than one Raspberry Pi, you can get some analytics around directional, even X, Y, and Z coordinates. So I had 4 in my house to see if I could figure out which direction and strength, and you can. There's algorithms out there for that. So my next idea was to be maybe annoying and create a little bit of a lulls device around, the TV be gone and the open sesame, and it was about persistent pairing on the Bluetooth stack. And so I started actually trying to think about connecting, not just looking at the signal, doing info commands or connect commands or even trying to pair. So it started off as a fun project to bring to our hacker conferences. So with some friends, we whipped together a handful of Raspberry Pis that were powered with a bit of a game on there. We'll get to that in a second. But it's a Raspberry Pi with a unicorn hat, just LED shield, SD card, battery source, and a little Adafruit Pi 0 case. Looked like a little stick of dynamite with some LEDs on it. I wanted to test to make sure it was not going to affect anything negatively. And so I used to go into an empty parking lot in a mall where there was no Bluetooth at all and do my testing. And that worked. It was great to isolate the signals and make sure I wasn't affecting anything. When I felt like it wasn't really affecting anything negatively, I took it to Red Rocks one night at a concert, and I think my pie almost melted in my pocket. I must have taken like 10,000 MAC addresses in like 10 seconds, and it overheated the stack, and it burned me actually. It melted a bit of the case from the 8 pie case also. So then we came up with this All Your Bluetooth Are Belong to Us game that we started bringing to the conferences. And so at GearCon back in 2017, we made some punch-out Bluetooth badges where they fought each other. It was kind of a little hacker game with Bluetooth. It was a lot of fun. Thank you to Devil's Voice, who made that a great experience for me. Herbie as well. In fact, the next year, Herbie had posted on Twitter, somebody had asked, what's your favorite memory from last GearCon? And Herbie says, my highlight from last year was when the Bluetooth punch-out badge tried to pair with Dave Kennedy's laptop during his talk. So we know that it was working, and it was definitely causing some shenanigans. So to make up for it with Dave, I took one in DerbyCon, but it was passive only. It did BLE, used the HCI tool. It was more about, again, enumerating, looking for things, and I was able to take part in the car hacking village CTF using this badge. That was pretty cool. We went to NOLACon, we called it Invasion of the Unicorns, and we had a competition to see who could collect the most MAC addresses. And we had Evo Mod, who didn't even hang out with us at the conference. He left. He went all over New Orleans trying to collect MAC addresses and came back with like gigs of data. And so he was king of the con there for that contest. But it was, again, about collecting information for us to just, you know, in order to find the needle in the haystack, you have to build a haystack. And so we're building haystacks of Bluetooth signals. Went back to GearCon, made an 8-inch floppy disk, shoved a Raspberry Pi in the back of it, and made an Eddie Stone CTF. That was a lot of fun as well. And so I just wanted to kind of explain how sometimes it starts off as a game, but it ends up turning into maybe something real down the line. But we went out there to have fun with this stuff. And I'll say that on each of the badges, there was different code. Some of it was for pen testing Bluetooth, L2 ping commands, correlating with, again, gas services, and using RCOM and things like that. So the point was to build a Bluetooth penetration suite eventually. So the next step here was to put another updated UI on our tool here. See if you can see that. On the left, you'll see a bunch of devices. It's really hard to see, but they're being enriched by what device OUI they are, the vendor ID, SSID, and some of the leaked data coming out. We also had the concept of doing the persistent pairing, but in a ding-dong ditch type of way. And so you could actually send how many times and the delay on each pair packet. And once you start doing floating point, you kind of start spamming the stack. And we noticed that we were affecting some of the security elements of Bluetooth. The other interesting thing was, what are all these UUIDs? What do they mean? We can use them in fingerprint devices. If you see a heartbeat service, you probably can read that and get somebody's heartbeat. A lot of the time we don't know what these are, so we can search Google, or we can actually grab mobile applications that work with some of these services and rip them open and find the UUIDs to correlate with the functionality. So again, looking at some of the data that was being pulled in through this Bluetooth badge, I started seeing weird things in my neighborhood. And doing OSINT around some of the devices I didn't know proved to be fruitful. So we have this Ampio device, and it's connected to an offshore leaks website where there's some type of weird stuff going on with that company. So I want them to be tax suspicious going forward in our software. Also saw this one pro of a WB Electronics, Polish military, and some crazy looking plane drones, and I'm not sure what row was in there. But we saw that in the neighborhood. Here's another good one. Circonet, I don't know if anybody's heard of them, but they make devices that overlay your outlets to backhaul data. And so started seeing all this weird stuff. So again, wanted to start trying to classify some of it. making sense of it. So we updated our Bluetooth software as a team to make Bluetooth Demystifier from Lost River Labs. And we spent time doing OSINT and categorizing different devices we saw. And so in our new software, it's gonna plot with colors. If there's microphones, they're yellow. If there's cameras or sus devices, they might be red. We want to know these things around us that might be harmful in some way. And so this is what the newer interface looks like. And that is a 15-minute view of Bluetooth MAC addresses. Or sorry, this is the last 15 minutes, but it's going to show, it says plot all at the top, there's a lot of functionality here. Anything that's been seen before 15 minutes, it shows everything over all time that it has. But these are things that, if you've seen them in the last 15 minutes and they're new, you'll see one dot. Like, of course, if they've been around, you'll see this big, long line, which tells you, again, they're around you a lot, or you can figure out what times they come and go. Some of the other neat patterns that Bluetooth creates, depending on the length of time and certain things you're looking for, and of course whether you're looking at classic Bluetooth or BLE, they'll appear a little bit different on the graphs. So you can start fingerprinting certain scenarios around the radio signals from this data. This again is an example of doing top 50 MAC addresses seen all time, and see if I can see how long this one is. This might just be like a couple of weeks or so. But you can see patterns here, especially with the three dots correlating across the whole screen there. And you can see the red there, we got yellow, so that's again a microphone of some sort. The red could be potentially something dangerous, again, based on what we classify with our OSINT. That's a 1 week sampling of 32,000 MAC addresses. That basically is just a Raspberry Pi hanging in my kitchen window in front of my house. All of the patterns you see that look like a double slit experiment are things that we have seen repeatedly. So every day you see these columns filled up. Those are things that drive past and go each direction every day. It's funny because actually the white and the black reference whether it's day or night, because traffic kind of stops at night and you don't see as much overnight. So where it's white, that's the middle of the night, and where you see the blue colors is when it was busy during daylight hours, we'll call it. But it's a lot of data, kind of get into the big data aspect around it, to mine it, and really find kind of more needles in a haystack if you want. This is a word walking. This was me walking basically a mile and then a mile back, and it makes an X pattern because you're seeing the same things again on your way back. And so it's a way for us to identify certain types of signals, spatial awareness, just things of that nature, really useful patterns. So again, back to the devices that we see. This right here are a bunch of blue dots that are all hue bulbs. And so in our software, we can tag them all and group them together. We can tag these items, and I call them neighbor's lights, and I use a little emoji, a light bulb. And now when I look at that device in the graph, it tells me, oh, these are all the neighbor's lights. And you can see they're all correlated. These are not at the same time, these are not. A couple of them like to do a little bit different. Maybe that's a different room, or we can get this information from, again, the Bluetooth darknet, I'll call it. The software also lets us search for emojis. So we have Apple phones, and there's the Apple emoji. So now you can search for an Apple icon or an emoji. And it will pull up any device that is an Apple. Sometimes Apples don't just aren't just based off OUIP, or you will see Apple services and other devices. So here is an Aries group device that's using an Apple UUIP. And so now being able to correlate certain devices and vendors and how they work together in some way, we can start building more tables on how things are connected, even across from the vendor space. Or again, maybe somebody did some kind of custom app, but we'd be able to figure that out based on collecting enough data. This is like a month's worth of hearing aids that drove past the house. Again, you can just search for an ear in our tool to find these things. Or you can search for, again, we have filtering, I guess I didn't really mention that. But up in the upper right, you see it says the word hear, H-E-A-R. And that was used to pull up again, use this query to pull up all the hearing aids. And you can see a lot of them come in 2s and some come in 3s. I didn't know why they came in 3s. Somebody mentioned to me there's a battery pack with hearing aids that will also broadcast. So that may indicate that there's a power source along with the hearing aid. Automobile, same thing. We can use the car emoji, or we can search for different things that we see in the cars. So that's, again, might be a couple of weeks worth. But again, you can see different cars that come and go and start classifying them as maybe you need to. Expressive devices, lots of them out there, a lot of them are buggy. This is about security. And so right now we're doing info gathering. But this really is to help penetrate tests or get the blue team monitoring or try to get some kind of firewall around your device if it is insecure. And so we know we have a lot of express devices out there. Some of them are not activated. They broadcast that through their name. And so we can actually see when things are in a default configuration state by fingerprinting things. Also looking at UIDs too, but some of the names give them away. We have some times where we have data leakage just happen again for its broadcasting. So in this case, we have an IP address being leaked on the left, 192.168.1.6. And then I feel like this is more of a pre-advertisement than doxing Austin here, but I did want to provide some real-time data around, if you have a device with your name on it, it's easy enough to take that name and go search it on Google and find a lot more about that person. So in our case here, Austin, apologies, but again, pre-advertisement, real estate agent in Winter Park. If you need anything, maybe he's a good guy to hit up, not sure. But he drove past the house several times. And just wanted to make sure that we gave him a little publicity. We do see all these weird new devices with AI on them, and there's no security, including toothbrushes. So, I didn't mess with my neighbor's toothbrush. I'm not out here trying to do any illegal activity, but I'm pretty sure that I can brush his teeth for him in whatever way I'd like. Or maybe we can tell the AI to do that for him randomly. Some devices like Audis have a Bluetooth broadcast coming from their engine, we'll call it. And sometimes it's in a default state where you can connect to it without a pin, and it literally tells you that by the name. It says Audi SOS, no 911, do not delete as a name. And so we just have a lot of things that have been overlooked again in the Bluetooth world as far as security, and leaving a lot of default configs all over the place. Interesting logo when I was doing my OSINT, so they just deserve a call out. Holy Stone International. Maybe some kind of drones and whatnot. They have the coolest logo I've seen in a really long time. But seeing several of these devices around our neighborhood. And again, maybe that is benign, or maybe that's something to look in further. I don't know. That logo it's cool, but it kind of scares me. So again, back to some devices that we categorize as being suspicious. Again, it was based on Homeland Security's definitions, our own definitions, things we've seen out in the field. And so I was looking through some of the sus devices, which you can just put in the word sus as a filter. We see backdoor 1B on one of these devices here. And whether or not it was a default name, because I looked into it, some cars actually have Bluetooth on all their doors. So I was like, is this really a back door from a car? Or is it a back door to some car? And so those are easy things to find when you pull in an haystack. Here again, we had more evidence that the Polish military is in the neighborhood. Picked up some more of those beacons. And I just threw the Wolverine slide in from Red Dawn for fun. But this is probably the way that we would see, maybe somebody come and take us over again, Red Bull style. But yeah, interesting things out there. So we get to the Axon devices now and tasers and fun things. And so shout out to Keys for finding the first taser with our Bluetooth emulsifier. And so we didn't have it in the database at the time. And so this one liner at the bottom shows you how to add one line into the Call Express database to associate a MAC address. with, again, our type of setup, our framework, our OSINT, and everything else. But you can get a one-liner, just put a new device in. And now we call them tasers. Got a little police car emoji next to it. And now we're able to track that. And so we can track the police and their devices. And they spit out all the UUIDs and stuff that we can see. You can actually match all that up online to see what those mean. And so again, you can either do OSINT to look those things up, or you can maybe go find some type of application that may be involved in some of the Axon software and use that to further integrate what those services might be. And this was an interesting one. This was where one night outside my house for, it seemed like it was 2 hours, there was that many taser devices, and at the end, did somebody get tased? Like, we have this zzz at the end. And so, we can validate that through UUID. So the devices tell you when they are in different states, we'll call it. And so you are able to identify what's happening with these tasers. So again, it's both sides of the fence. You know, our police need to be able to do their job, but we also need to identify them if they're not doing their job. So this type of stuff can be used for Brady lists and making sure the police are doing their correct job as well. It's all sides of the fence for security. APIs are really powerful, and being able to integrate them in other systems. And so our software does have API functionality so that you can use it in Multigo or some other type of ingestion, if you will, into your own blue team, defenses, things like that. So we'll talk about some of the red team usage real quick. I've used it for red team before, just monitoring, where we wanted to know what the activity was inside of a building a week before we went there. And so we can leave one of these there and watch everybody for a week. And now we can see when they come and go. We can maybe identify the security guards when they're coming and going. So now we know we can go in. Or if there's a target we want to be in there, we can wait for them to show up. Many devices in the corporations have their personal names on them, and so it's easy to identify whose assets are whose, or what devices are what. And so, again, this is red teaming for helping people become safer. This isn't criminal behavior. But we are able to monitor people's activity and kind of see when we should go in. The Bluetooth stack does allow you to do pop-ups on other systems, phones, computers. And sometimes you can use that for phishing. People will fall for a pop-up that happens that directs them to some action. We all know that. And so that's actually a really minor use of spamming or pairing with somebody. But you can change the host name on your own device, pair, and it will use that as a message that popped up. And so if you can change your host name on the fly and send another pair request, you can have a conversation with people over these Bluetooth pair requests. Denial of service is a big one. So we did talk about floating point for the persistent pairing or the ding-dong ditching. And what it really does is it overloads the stack a little bit. It causes you to keep getting pop-ups and maybe you don't anymore. But that doesn't mean it's not talking to the stack. We notice that sometimes it will put our device as a paired device already and that you didn't accept that. And we found out that's actually used in a lot of exploits in the past couple of years. Like Blue Ducky was a tool that was written around spamming the Bluetooth stack and then connecting over HID and sending keyboard commands. And so you can do rubber ducky attacks when you spam these interfaces. And I mentioned the pen testing suite. The whole kind of the evolution of this was, yeah, it was to find the party and it was to stalk somebody and that kind of thing. But it led us into a place where there was real value around looking at all that data and then giving us ideas on how to defend against it as well. So we'll keep going here a little bit. Of course, you can find signals with it. We mentioned that if you're targeting somebody. And then we called it the BLE cannon, which is our ding-dong ditching, but more rapidly, I'll call it again, the floating point. And that is actually, I'd say on 3 times, it altered the stack of Bluetooth to where some device that was broadcasting, after we hit it with the cannon, I'll call it, it no longer broadcasts. And it no longer broadcasts after hard rebooting and things like that. and so a cold reboot doesn't do anything. It can don't know why yet. Again, there's some, we're looking at some of the research there. Maybe they're really crummy stacks, they weren't resilient. But we have seen slightly permanent damage on some stacks, we'll call it, with that tool. So it's a little bit dangerous to use. But we use it for, again, security and QA, and looking for exploits. Some of the blue team uses, so running a honeypot to detect anomalous activity around Bluetooth is key. Just set up this phony device or a series of them and see what happens. And of course, we can tie them into Graylog and do alerting and things of that nature. So honeypots are really good. As I mentioned, sending the logs to Graylog for continuous monitoring around your environment, scanning for changes around UUIDs, open shares, that type of thing. You can detect when you're being followed. It was something I never really mentioned earlier that was put in. So I kind of considered if I was moving and I had a Bluetooth signal that was hanging around me for 5 minutes, that was almost too long for me. And that meant I was being followed. Or it meant I was following somebody else and I needed to stop stalking them. But it was really cool to have this follow monitoring because it actually worked for me. I was testing. It was like, there's a signal around me and it was, oh hey, what's up? It's somebody I knew. They were trying to get a hold of me here. Didn't see any nefarious type of info there, but it's good to know if you're being followed. And I talked about the UID thing and everything that way. The way we would use that too is hashing. We're going to hash values of things that we see, and whether it's through pairing, shares that are there, the gap, stack, whatever the case may be. We're able to monitor for any kind of changes around a stack. And so that's going to be probably our next level for security, or the next kind of proactive thing we can do. Wi-Fi deauth. So I started using this a couple of years ago to see if I could identify a MAC address of a person while a deauth happened, see if I could figure out who was deauthing our network. And you can. Like, if there's a pattern that happens over and over again, you'll be able to correlate these other signals. So getting Wi-Fi involved in this too and doing more analysis is key, and we are doing that too. But again, this whole project was really based around Bluetooth only. And so, let's see here, automation around the GPIO triggers as well. So with the Raspberry Pi, you can use the GPIO. If you see certain signals, it's like home automation. You can have it trigger events that happen. We use it to open our doors now, open the garage, and things like that. So again, for the blue team, there's some use there potentially around that functionality. And also defending yourself. We're not suggesting use the VLE cannon to fire it off at all your enemies, but there might be a time and a place to do that spamming, and we'll kind of talk about that in a minute here too. For me, security is very Taoist. It is, you have this coin, and each side of the coin are almost the same. We say blue team, red team, and none of that really matters. You either know how to do system admin, network engineering, all these things, or you kind of don't. And so for some of the realizations here that we, again, got to from all this research was device spoofing, for doing man in the middle, can also be used to protect ourselves. So we're going to spoof our own devices for firewall purposes. And so we can take the same techniques that are being used by the red team and turn them all right back around on the red team. Spamming, so same thing. I just mentioned that, and I think it was in the last talk, I saw geofencing. But if you want to protect your Bluetooth, you're going to have to spam everybody else away from it. And so we're going to take these same red team techniques and use them for blue team. Geofencing Bluetooth is going to be huge. I believe probably that's already happening in the appropriate places. But as commoners out here, we don't get that luxury. So are we going to really be able to set up our own spammers to do geofencing? Maybe not, but through our companies and trying to apply real security, we may be able to leverage some of these things, and maybe we need to. Some things like maybe the real device has to be in low power, and you have your own proxy then pick it up, again, in the same way a GAP attack would work, and you can man in the middle with the end user so that the end device is protected. Those are things that probably are easily deployed. We're just not taking the next steps. Again, I mentioned there's no firewalling when they run Bluetooth, so it's pretty wide open. Then I wanted to show this real quick too. I think I have it with me. So shout out to O'Day Simpson. I did a version of this talk at HushCon this year, and he introduced me to this Brilliant Labs monocle. And you just put it on your glasses, and it's got a screen inside. And so now we're able to take our Bluetooth code and put it into this and see Bluetooth. So we're able to like look and see Bluetooth signals, devices. We can see a car, we can see this. One button can take a picture, one button will record your voice. And so you can use voice commands to spoof gaps or this or that. And so it's a really neat tool to visualize signals. We've seen some of that before out there already, like in the Wi-Fi world, but just to be able to buy a device now, we're getting all bleeding edge with the AI. This also ties into GPT or local models for you to do additional tasks. So I've been working with doing our OSIN on the fly. We don't need to do it in a file anymore. We're able to look at a device and maybe get some real info back from the internet, and it scrolls like Star Wars in your eye. It's really crazy. And so these are really neat. And other, again, trying to think of new ways to either visualize Bluetooth, again, for security's sake or curiosity's sake. It's just a neat thing. The other thing I wanted to mention, again, with the Taoist part was you want to check on the undersides of all of these protocols and services. Bluetooth is kind of a mess right now. There's a lot of band-aids around the standards, and there's like a whole world of the Bluetooth stack. There's dial-up networking in there. You can literally connect over Arcom and do ATDT commands and things like that, like we're in the 90s again. UARTs, just so much in there. Service Discovery Protocol will show you that you have FTP shares, you can download contact address books and things like that. And so I think for like the last 10 years, that's been Wild West. Maybe in the last 5, we tightened some of those things up. It's harder to make phone calls through other people's phones. It used to be a lot easier. So some of the security of the stack is getting better, but we know again through talking through lower level protocols like ACI command or using SCAPI to create your own frames, even around advertisement. That's where the spamming comes from. You're literally just sending these frames to a Bluetooth device with a certain data set on it or configuration, and it responds accordingly. So in order to talk to Bluetooth, we don't have to have a Bluetooth stack that's really advanced. We just need to know the flow of the conversation in order to get real quick to where we want to be. And the reason I bring it up again is because the whole stack is really vulnerable. Spamming is opening some things up. It allows you to connect devices that you shouldn't, be able to connect to. And you're also able to access things like HID or HID raw, and talk to those devices directly through Bluetooth, whether you're authenticated or not. And the other thing I'll mention is, again, a lot of what's old is new again. We keep saying that. So we had a thing called the knob attack where you can negotiate your pre-shared key with Bluetooth. And there was a vulnerability to where you could create or ask for a key of 1 byte of entropy, and the rest of it would be padding. So they put a control in the HCI stack and a couple other areas where you can't do that anymore. You only can ask for a 7 to 16 byte key. However, if you recompile a Raspberry Pi and you change the smp.h file and you put that back down to 1, you can connect to Windows 10 boxes because in the registry they have a setting for 1 byte of entropy that you have to manually go fix. And so we do see things like that happening where we can take a, again, recompiled version of the Bluetooth stack and connect it to vulnerable devices, and nobody's really fixing that. So these are all just things, again, we wanted to make sure that we're, bringing up things that we found out there, things that we found through the gamification of Bluetooth, if you will. And again, it's the full cycle. You can find these red team techniques, but then you can turn right back into blue team. And so I really enjoy that cycle and turning threats into defense. Just a couple more logs here around the gray log, and if you parse the Bluetooth correctly, in this case it was a little messy, but this was Rick's Cabaret from Nolicon. Again, we just walk around Nolicon. Some of the type of things that we saw, some PayPal and some commercial equipment, Apple devices that had the word infected for their name, and so those might be things to look into. And again, just like Square readers are everywhere, and payment devices, again, like I mentioned, medical devices, so we have to remember to keep these things secure. Some of the Bluetooth scenarios we have out here aren't really a game. They're pretty damn serious. And so we started trying to find the party, and we did actually, but we found a different party out here. Shout out to Rex212 and DEFCON Furs. But we are able to find, again, anything we want to in Bluetooth, it's observable. And we do have these tricks to bring things out from the shadows, if you will, by creating the right frames. So really going forward, we're going to have to try a little bit harder with the Bluetooth stack, firewalling, the spoofing for Bluetooth devices and things of that nature. That's kind of what we found out through our research. So we just wanted to share a little bit here today on Bluetooth stack. If you want more info, we are Lost Rabbit Labs. You can reach out to us through email. We have a GitHub, and I'm certainly happy to take any questions on anything I presented here today. So thank you. I kind of went through things quickly, but I wanted to see if there was any time for questions and things like that.
Did the prevalence of the flipper past the flipper research device the past year or so, does that have an impact on the field of listening low power?
I think so, yeah. Because the spamming has been going on for years. It's nothing new. I'm not the only one doing it either. We all have similar thoughts as hackers. How can we break something or make it do something funny? But I do believe, yeah, the Apple spamming and the flipper and what was it around the last DEFCON, everybody was getting spammed, not this year, but last year. And so I think like from then, we had a lot more people who were really aware on that. People who hung around with our group were getting pop-ups a lot in their life, so they were used to it, but not everybody was. And so I think it made a big impact that it became more of a national or even international phenomenon around spamming. So totally agree that, yeah, brought it more into the light.
Yeah, is there any kind of like wiggle analog or like centralized database of like?
Not right now. We had planned on doing that though, or we wanted to release it so it could be correlated, like RF party.xyz and things like that. They do that, and we have wanted to play with them. It's been private research, I guess I'll say. This is what we do for a living. Also, we do these type of penetration tests, but we are releasing a penetration testing suite around Bluetooth suite. We're working on that to finally be public. We just didn't want to put out too many tools that were dangerous yet, right? So we're at a place now where we probably have to play catch up. And so we would like to share some of that info, but we have money. I don't know if I should answer that. The answer would be yes. I have been in hospital for the last 10 years, and there are times where I may have my stuff turned on, obviously in a passive way only, like all devices are, right? It's the pairing so the pairing makes it naughty. But yeah, the passive, yes, done that, and we already know like there's a lot of trouble out here. And so that's why, again, we're giving this talk. I'm not trying to expose things to make us dangerous. The last time I gave this talk, I had somebody from the military come thank me. I don't know for sure, but he saw something. And so like, it's about bringing awareness to whoever needs to have it here, because we're not looking at it all the way. So yeah, medical is really, really affected right now.
When you look through the monocle, what do those signals look like?
So it's back to the emojis and back to the MAC address and a couple of pieces of info, and the menus will cycle through things where you can see some of the UUIDs or some of the data. It's kind of basic, we'll say, but it's neat that again, like you have this thing on your eye with a screen in it, and it's not like it's directional. I can see, oh, there's the car over there, but I know it's around me, and because it's RSSI based, there is a way to get directional, like a little bit, there is. You there's some tricks we could do on the board to do that, and that would be next level. So, but it's really about seeing the device. If it's suspicious, maybe even just to have awareness. Again, if I see 17 tasers show up, I'm running. But yeah, it's just so you got a little bit of a visual, just so you see it in your eye versus having to have a screen and a computer. So it's very similar, you know.
Have you looked at triangulation, getting multiple of these devices together?
Yeah, and I had a slide in there where I had 4 in my house, right? So we were working on our badges. So this is for red teaming. We do have a version of this badge for red teaming that isn't built all the way, but I've used the code on Raspberry Pis. But yes, we use it so 3 of us can wear them. And we have like things like PIRs with radio on them that we can drop down in the building so we can see when somebody's coming, and it actually shares, and we can triangulate. So yeah, you can triangulate with these. The algorithm is pretty basic, and as long as you throw that algorithm in the data set, it's pretty quick on the fly to tell you, yeah, we think it's, keep going this way. So yeah, it's a really cool concept, and as I mentioned too, it's X, Y, and Z, so now we have full spatial awareness whenever we would want that, right? It's not like we always need that. But if we are, again, protecting a zone, we would want that. And I would argue, again, you want geofencing in a lot of these places, which we always say jamming is illegal, but there are legal and appropriate ways of using it, I guess I'll call it, in order to defend yourself in a real way. Any other questions? Well, thank you so much. Oh, hey.
Jimmy, what is a Nordic UART service?
The Nordic UART? Yeah. It could be many devices, but you can try to connect to that and talk to the UART, like a serial port. If you have NRF Connect on your phone, you could go connect to that and maybe see what services, UUIDs it has. You might be able to go change those values. Sometimes there's common ones like the alert. And you can change that to its binary, 0 or 1 kind of thing. And if you turn it to a 1, you'll start hearing a noise in the room. Like sometimes we have, that's how the tiles work and the trackers. They have an alert on them. There's actually part of the Bluetooth stack. I won't call it hidden, but there's a certain listener that is involved in find your device. And so that is something that you can access on most every Bluetooth device and actually cause the alarm to go off. But yeah, you can use NRF Connect on your phone to do that. Or again, Bluetooth control, or GAP tool, or some of the other tools that come with the Bluetooth stack. Thank you, sir. All right, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Next talk in 15 minutes. We're not going to want to miss it.
So I'm pretty sure I worked in law enforcement for 6 years.
Yeah, right
I'm
on.
pretty sure what you were seeing are the body cams actually. So Taser/Axon is like one of the largest distributors of body cams for the police.
Totally.
So yeah,
I did some work with them before.
Yep.
And so again, like some of the UUIDs will actually give you an idea as to whether it's a taser or a body cam or another device in the car.
Some of the tasers have a camera on them too.
They do, yeah. There were some of the old ones did it maybe, some of the newer ones do. I'm not really in the loop with their new tech.
Yeah.
This is like 6 years ago that I was kind of more. I'm not involved in like trying to pick on the Axon. It was more about like it was fun to kind of show like how anybody could go from zero. Well, Google searching, a little bit of whatever.
That's incredibly fascinating. I didn't even think about that, and the way that you can then determine, especially you're talking about placing down a beacon, determining if somebody's coming. If you know it's a security guard and you're doing a red team engagement, and you know that you fingerprinted their phone, and you know that where they're traveling. That's fantastic.
I had an undercover officer I lived by at one point in time, and I told him, dude, I can see you fucking coming. I got you tagged. You need to fix that. I'm about helping people.
Yeah, because this would be. I was a parole officer, so I was undercover car all the time. So this type of information, like knowing about that, and because there were times where we were caught on CCTV cameras from the bad guys, and that was an issue back then.
The radio signal is worse right now.
But this is worse than that.
I'm surprised it's staying
Way
there.
worse. Fantastic.
Yeah, he's gonna do it at the podium. So.
You can set that over here.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you.
This should be the clicker part.
See if that works. Half the barrel done. Oh, you got a clicker for me too?
Yeah, they don't fit that.
Oh, you try that one.
Oh, you
I do
got
have a
one.
USB in there.
Nobody's getting USBs anymore.
Yeah, they give you one.
Usually takes a second to kick it.
Awesome! You are live. That was that was easier than I thought it would be. Perfect. And my house sensitive. Like, do I have to like yell into the damn thing? It's pretty sensitive. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you don't want to be like mouth against it, but close I think is good.
It's the last one.
I think we're good. Appreciate it. It's two of them. Maybe one semester.
Yeah, you like that? I spent minutes on Mid-Journey.
That goes to the
Yeah, I want to talk to and see if I can run audio next year. Because like the signal coming out of these mics is so like they're not great mics.
So man to talk to. Greg. Yeah. You need some audio for you.
Yeah, if you want for next year, you want me to bring an audio setup.
Alright, cool. Assuming this works.
Definitely like to help.
Once it's connected, or
there you go.
hopefully it works.
Everything works. Appreciate it.
Nice.
I'm good.
DT said that. Yeah, DT said that the speakers were supposed to be directional, but they weren't for some reason. The company did it, and I'm like,
The directional. They're pointing in. You get 10 minutes. Hang out. Appreciate it. And my instructions.
wireless it'd be tough if people are, spamming shit.
This
Some of the nicer ones, like Sennheiser's wireless system, operates on separate frequencies. Perfect. Well, thank you. They're on their own joint, and you can adjust for stuff. Just having like a couple of better mics that are more directional, so it's front facing, or even like lab. Yeah, those would have to be wireless because they have to go into a pack. Our first speaker. Yeah. Not a lot of people don't have really great mics. You gotta really keep them. Yeah, so I would love to, because every talk I go to anywhere, I'm like, some people can't hear, there people are moving around. I'm like, let me just mic them up. I just want to go up and tape a lab.
So yes, next year, roughly the same time frame, we do a call for volunteers 6 months in advance, something like that.
Yeah, I'll rent
on that. Yes, we're interested.
I'll rent all the additional equipment that I need, because some of the stuff is expensive.
Yeah.
Like I've got some stuff, and not like I don't have a production company. But I've thought about starting my own production company, just because I've been in enough places where I'm like, the audio here is terrible. Let me fix it, please.
It just amazes me. Rooms that are designed for presentations have such good audio. Video is usually pretty good. It's like it's PA systems. I have no idea what you said.
Yeah, you definitely need a person in the rear that can like live mix.
Yeah.
You know, so that like whenever 4 guys are talking, you can be like, oh, one guy's talking. You don't want to have to unplug and replug stuff all the time. That's with these dials because the signal coming out of these XLRs is so hot. I was like, oh, I know Jimmy talks real quiet, so I need to crank the gain. But then like I cranked it too much, and they're like, oh, can you turn off the mic? I'm like, shit, that's my bad. That's my fault. And there's some really cool stuff where I got the idea from DC, from DEFCON, is that you take the audio and you run it through a transcription engine, like running on a laptop or something, and it'll spit out closed captioning, and then you can project the closed captioning onto the screen for the hearing impaired.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah. Some of that stuff is wild. I had to record something for Teams the other day for work, and it just like transcribing while I'm talking, and I was like, I don't like this.
It works better with some voices than others. Like I remember Cory Doctorow's talk, like the closed captioning, because I asked the media guys at DC, I was like, hey, how are you doing this closed captioning? Because it looked like, for just his talk, someone was like stenoing, because everything was capitalized, nothing was misspelled, the periods were there. I'm like, yo, who is typing this? I'm like looking around.
Someone's killing
and apparently they're just running it through Twitch and rebroadcasting the Twitch stream.
Oh wow!
With the captions. So I was like, yo, whatever Twitch, their closed captioning service is.
They must put good in, yeah.
I feel like that would be a good use of actual AI where
for sure.
People would be like, oh yeah, this was a good closed caption.
There are some good uses for AI. There's
Not
some
a lot.
Stupid uses for
Not
AI.
a lot.
Lots
but
of stupid uses.
Some
seen a
And
lot
there's
of
some
stupid
bad,
uses.
yes, but there are some good.
Yeah, I would love to, run audio, run a camera.
Yeah, just reach out and let us know.
Yeah,
That's great because I don't want to.
I mean, and honestly, if you tell me now, I'm likely to forget.
Yeah. I'll reach out to you after DEF CON next year because
that's about the right time frame.
So I definitely want to make sure people can hear and have a good experience.
5 minutes, yell at me.
Better you yell than me. So what's your last name? Hudson. Okay, cool. No, it's good to chat. Yeah. So I swim to review the papers, I'm sure. Do you do that every year, or was it just this year?
This year. They made it a little bit help. It was right before DEF CON, so I was like, I'm already. It wasn't the weekend of the mindset of just teachers. So it just came across it.
Oh, nice. Well, I liked Jack's speech because I'm not much of a software guy. It's kind of, this is the start. Don't let it intimidate you. Download some firmware and maybe buy a device. Yeah, because you almost have the answer, right? And then you can kind of see how you would get there and kind of check against it. I work just whatever, Oh, nice. He's only a couple. A couple down south there.
Yeah, it's fine.
Get your fix there. That's there's so much shit out there. It's always be in demand.
It's going to have to one day.
That's the hardest thing is like self-writing courses, and then you have structured and unstructured and all kinds of versions.
projects to grab onto, like a ticket and report and stuff like that. Glue it all together. That's everybody. It's the amount of data that's generated from all the systems. So that's yeah, or even just set it up to generate the data. Like, what do I do if how do I make decisions?
Oh, I gotta go get the tattoo. No.
Even if you see it all day, sometimes it's like, let's back up the data.
Don't take your money and they'll do it for you.
There's a lot of something in the last 2 weeks there.
We're focused on kind of how to your service now, your Microsoft 365, so it's like the walking providing space that come in and then they do posture analytics
quickly. Yeah.
We're just informal. Go and start yelling at people.
Greg will be in it.
Oh, okay. Greg will kick it off. Got it.
Introduction. And then you should be good. So yeah, a couple minutes.
I came in from CDS after doing data analytics. Yeah, I did data analytics for they sold this because they are. Yeah, that was massive. Yeah. So when I came here, it's like we do a billion of them a day or whatever. A billion of them. Oh yeah, you're They did. They sold this again. So I go to Virgin. Moving at the opportunity to buy that slave. It's like, really, you bought this other company's like that. It's like, they're doing very well. Particularly when we sold Occupy bought the customers, and everyone's going, you don't want those Occupy customers. He goes, you don't want to move, we're here. Come to us.
Let's see here, which one? Jimmy, that was the last one.
Wes.
You are Wesley.
Wes or Wesley?
I actually have a decent shot at not mispronouncing him.
Sweet, one syllable to go with Wes.
That doesn't make it any easier.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our 4 p.m. talk, API security. Nope.
AI security.
API?
You said API.
Okay, my job is definitely stuck in my brain. AI security. Everything old is new again. By Wesley. Woo!
So if I just shout and project my voice, can everybody hear me? Oh. Is this a sarcastic no or a, okay. All right. So, can everyone hear me now? Fantastic. All right. I'm going to talk about AI security because we haven't been talking about AI security since early 2023 at this point, but I think I have a new spin on it, or a different spin than a lot of the AI security talks that you guys have probably seen at DEF CONs and Black Hats and whatnot. And at the end of the day, common use cases. We bought a new AI tool, fantastic. I hear that at least daily in my day job right now. I just hired a VP of AI development. I don't know what the guy's going to do. Nobody knows what he's going to do, but the CEO, the CIO, the CTO hired a new VP to inject AI into all of our products. Fantastic. Okay. AI is being added to all of our products. We don't know what the AI is going to do, but we're going to add it to the products because it might bump the share price up, or because it might give us a competitive edge, or because we might get left behind if our competitors figure out a good AI use in our sector in the space. We just signed an agreement with an AI company. This one's even scarier than some of the other ones. Hey, we made a multi-million-dollar commitment, $10 million, $100 million commitment with an AI company. We don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to trust this AI company, that's probably 15 guys that live in the valley or something, to go ahead and infuse AI in our products. Work gave me the day off to attend. That's also a valid reason of why we're here. All right, so why I know what I'm talking about generally. I have been working with AI products since 2016, 2017-ish. I am not new to this space. I do work for Microsoft. I'm a senior manager. I'm actually the senior manager for security services in the Americas. So this is something my team has been dealing with for a long time. The little timeline in the back, which you guys probably can't see because the projection is really, really small, is kind of how long we've been involved with AI in my organization. Going back to 2016, I know ChatGPT blew up and it suddenly became this big thing that LLMs and machine learning and whatnot is going to take over the world. We've all been experiencing LLMs, we've all been experiencing AI-infused products since like 2010, 2011, 2012. The really bad chatbots and stuff that you got at your bank or your credit union or your insurance provider or whatever, some of those products were using early versions of what we're now referring to as LLMs in the industry. So a lot of this stuff is not new. It's kind of funny because I woke up like everybody else sometime in, I don't know, March or something like that of 2023, maybe even a little earlier than that. And it turned out to be like, oh, LLMs are taking over the world. It's the hottest thing. AI is going to, solve all our problems and do all these great things. And I kind of like raised my eyebrows as I'm in the middle of a LLM project at a major bank that was been going on for like 2 years previous to that. So it was kind of an interesting evolution that we've had. So that's a little tiny bit about me. That's a little bit about my background, but let's actually dive into it. Also, for the purposes of this presentation, I'm focusing on generative AI. That's what most people in this room and probably most people in the industry are dealing with at the moment. So I'm talking about conference call transcription, chatbots, insanely powerful search engines. Or if you get good with ChatGPT, you never have to actually use Bing or use Google or use whatever ever again. Digital assistants, text documents, a lot more stuff because it's still early. People are still figuring out creative use cases for this. Many of the principles I'm going to talk about in this presentation could be applied to other AI services, other AI platforms, other AI capabilities, but it's not a one-for-one like anything else. If we find something that works really well with generative AI, can I apply it to optical stuff? Can I apply it to visual stuff? I don't know, maybe not. Something to think about. So let's talk about common scenario. we bought a new AI tool. This is not anyone's tool. This was 2 seconds of Midjourney to generate a symbol right there. So I'm trying to be very agnostic about this. So I've got a new AI service. Let's connect it to a whole bunch of stuff. Let's connect it to our GitHub. Yeah, let's give it all the source code information. Let's connect it to Dropbox. Let's connect it to a whole bunch of Office products and Google products and databases and AWS buckets and whatnot. So, sure, great, fantastic. I see this on a daily basis in corporate America right now. We bought an AI tool, we're gonna connect it to a whole bunch of arbitrary things out there. Some of this stuff might be super sensitive. Some of those databases might contain public health information. Some of the databases might contain PCI protected information. Your source code at a company that writes code. Do you really want to give some random AI vendor access to your source code? It's something to think about. There's risk involved in any of this. We also got to think about, we have an AI service, it probably lives in a cloud somewhere. The AI service is hosted in an AI service data center. It's hosted in a cloud. It's hosted, who knows? We don't really know unless we really start to dig into this, and we're going to talk about what digging into this looks like. What does that AI service connect to? Is it connecting to OpenAI or Llama or pick your third-party AI service? Something else to keep in mind. Just because some app vendor has an AI service, that doesn't mean the AI service isn't connected to some other AI service to actually provide the large language model, to actually provide the services. Other thing, what happens when the data leaves the AI vendor's data center? Is it going out to something? We don't know. I'm going to talk about a use case where we found data going out to some random place. Super fun, super scary, sensitive data too. So let's talk about 3 data flows, actually 4 on this one. I'm big on threat modeling, and I'm not going to sit here and give everyone like a class on how to do like enterprise architecture threat modeling. That's really boring and probably not a good use of anyone's time here. When I say threat modeling in this context at least, I mean, I want to identify some threats and I want to identify some mitigations. So I'm keeping it simple. I'm not using, so if anyone in here is an EA or anyone's a threat modeling expert, I'm not using like Stride or any of the like A-Stride or TOGAF or any of that stuff. I'm just using like some simple explanations for threat modeling. So here's our 4 data flows, which we're going to cover each of these 4 data flows for this case. Okay, so data flow 1. We're going from the AI to the data sources. The data sources being your SaaS platforms, your code repositories. Don't really have to define the exact data sources for the purposes of this presentation. Sure as heck have to define the exact data sources when you're vetting a new AI service. What does this AI service actually connect to should be the first thing out of any security officer, security practitioner's mouth when you're talking about potentially evaluating a new AI service. So let's talk about a couple threats. Internal exposure of data, so this oversharing. This is probably one of the most prevalent threats that we've seen. My team has seen at Microsoft, I've seen in the industry, I've seen other organizations struggle with. We all do a really bad job at access control around data and data protection and DLP and labeling. And a lot of these things have been super hard for organizations of any size. You think about like a 50-person organization, and it's really easy to maintain access control. Hell, one person can manually do that for a 50-person organization. It gets harder with a 500, 5,000, 50,000, 100,000 person organization. This task becomes impossible at scale. So when we think about controlling access at the threat hasn't changed. So if I have too many permissions to SharePoint sites and Drive and S3 buckets and file shares and whatever else I got in my environment, as an individual user, I can manually crawl through file shares. I can go search on the intranet if you guys have some sort of search tool hooked up. I can do all those things. That's always been an issue. It was an issue a decade ago. It's an issue 15 years ago. With AI services, it makes it a lot easier to go ahead and one person can suddenly suddenly go ahead and dump a whole lot of data really, really quick. Issues we've seen, HR databases having poor no access control, suddenly the AI service can start dumping everyone's HR profiles. Things like pay, things like addresses, personal information, health information, all that fun stuff that HR might have been collecting along the way. The mitigation for this potential oversharing, 100% access control, data protection capabilities, DLP capabilities. Notice I'm not really saying a specific vendor or a specific name. There's lots of different ways to do this. A lot of the times this is very data source. So your access control capabilities in your Amazon S3 buckets are going to be different than your access control capabilities in Dropbox, and you're different than your access control capabilities in GitHub or something like that. So it really is understanding the access model on a service-by-service basis, which is no fun, it's tedious, and there's not really a silver bullet for this type of stuff. Let's talk about external exposure of data. I have an AI service that's internet-facing. It does some cool chatbot stuff. If I have a customer able to freely crawl around file shares and databases and access to information that they should never have, that's a bad day. That's a very bad day when you're dealing with health information, card information, sensitive data, etc. So external oversharing, definitely a threat. Mitigations look the same, by the way. Again, down to access control, down to whatever sort of data protection capabilities, whether it's some third-party tool, some sort of built-in native thing in the platform, if it's a cloud platform. There's different ways you can go ahead and control data loss prevention, labeling, depending on the platform we're talking about. Intentional external exposure of data. This is something that we've been concerned about for a little while. So, we think about an attacker living off the land. We think about an attacker doing things to go ahead and abuse your local resources. What happens if that attacker goes ahead and starts undoing access controls? What happens if they start being able to use your AI service to query databases that AI service should not have access to? What happens if they undo data protection or DLP capabilities? What SIM in the world is probably going to catch an attacker that is dumping prompts of sensitive data that you think is actually secure and controlled? So something to think about when it comes to intentional exfiltration of data sources. This is another creative one, that instructions. And admin, a billing person, a clerk, is going ahead and taking those wiring instructions and getting them from a GPT service, getting them from an AI service. Hey, give me Navy Federal's wiring instructions. Bam, it just saved that person 5, 10, 15 minutes to go look it up. Fantastic, it made their life easier. What happens when an attacker changes that Navy Federal wiring instruction to point to some bank in Czechoslovakia or something like that? That might be interesting. That could be a bad day for someone in the organization. Again, when we think about the actual mitigations to these threats, very real threats, unfortunately, they're all the same, and it all boils down to access control and data protection capabilities. Unfortunately, nobody has some silver bullet or magic product that makes access control super easy. This is like a real engineering and architecture challenge. This is understanding the platforms that your AI service is connecting to and understanding how they go ahead and interact in your environment. So it is very much a problem that large companies are facing on a daily basis. Let's take a look at another data flow. All right, so the provider is training their models with my data. This data flow is really about the AI service to the provider. So data center, cloud, whatever, the back end for the AI service. This is really, really scary, and we are seeing this pop up all over the place. You really have to dig into, and most of us in this room probably InfoSec people, we're probably security people, we're probably fairly technical. Most of us, I would hazard a guess, probably do not routinely participate in the vendor vetting process. That tends to run through procurement departments, that might run through legal, compliance, privacy. There's usually all sorts of people at large organizations that really care about vetting software. Sometimes there's an InfoSec checkbox where someone in the IT security or security organization has to check a box and say, yeah, we think this is secure. Yeah, sometimes there is. Sometimes there's a actual vetting process where people are requesting source code, people are reviewing the any of the SLAs, licensing agreements, stuff like that from a security perspective. I'm not talking about contracts or a legal perspective. This is something that I highly recommend InfoSec folks start leaning into when it comes to a lot of these AI tools. Again, though, this isn't new. This is the proliferation of SaaS in the last 10, 15 years. You run into a lot of these same problems in traditional SaaS products. Hey, I'm storing my data someplace. Let's take it out of the equation. I'm storing my data on a cloud, or I'm storing my data on some cool startup's thing that does some awesome widget for us. Someone should really look into what we're actually agreeing to. And in this case, training with your data, maybe it's acceptable. Maybe your data is a bunch of public stuff you don't care about. Definitely comes down to risk, comes down to what the AI tooling is actually connected to, and it comes down to what your organization will agree to. So training is something I highly recommend everyone lean into as you look at new AI tools. AI vendors should specifically say if they use your data to train their model. The safer answer is no, we do not use your data to train your model, or our model. If there's a different answer, if they want to put some nuance on it, if they want to spin it around, you really got to answer that core question. Okay. Second threat, fails to secure my data at the infrastructure layer and results in a breach. This is, again, common SaaS problem, nothing new, something that we've all struggled with. Mitigations, access control, what data you're actually giving them access to. If there is a breach at the vendor, is this something that is going to negatively impact my company? Is it going to cost the company millions or billions of dollars? Is it going to put us on headlines that some AI tool was breached and suddenly my company is now in the news because we had a big public agreement and we're sending out those lovely disclosures that say, one of our partners might have lost all your data, we're sorry. Not fun, something that needs to be carefully vetted. But a lot of these AI tools tend to be black boxes. So it comes down to SLAs, it comes down to legal agreements, it comes down to business relationship. How many people actually pick up the phone and call the AI vendor and say, hey, I want to talk to your security team, I want to talk to your CISO, I want to talk to some director of engineering. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. So the provider exposes my data to other users. This one's particularly damning because a lot of the AI vendors are specializing. You can buy some cool AI tool that does something neat in financial services. Guess what? All the big banks, insurance companies, whatevers are going to use that AI tool. And I'm just tossing out generic names, please do not read into this. If I am JP Morgan Chase, do I want them to access Bank of America data through the AI tool and vice versa? It's probably a bad day for both banks, regulatory issues, competitive issues. It's not something fun. So how is the AI vendor actually segmenting and separating? What controls are in place that will keep my data from ever falling in my competitors' hands? Well, the next data flow. So, AI data center to third-party AI service. And this is not to pick on OpenAI, that is the OpenAI symbol, but you can replace any AI service there. They just happen to be popular right now. The AI service is training models. So again, this is very, very similar, except instead of the AI app vendor, it's the AI service. Something that you need to get to the bottom of. Fails to secure my data, again, very, very similar breach, and then exposes my data. So not only do we have to worry about the app itself, we have to worry about any AI services it might be using. So a lot of these AI services actually are they're not processing your data in their data centers or their cloud environment. They're sending it over we're assuming, secure connection to OpenAI or Llama or whatever X calls their damn AI service. And they are, so your data is not just existing at the app service, it's existing at the AI plane as well. In somebody else's cloud or data center or platform that you have to kind of trust to make sure that they're doing the right thing. Again, SLAs, licensing, contracting. All right, this one's a funner one. There be dragons. So, this comes down to reading the agreements. I've got a fun story, I think, on the next slide about this. Actually happened. So, AI service is selling my data to third parties. This 100% happens. I have found AI services, which I will not name because I'm not here to like throw anyone under the bus, that 100% in their agreement it said, yeah, we sell your data to third parties. If your organization's okay with that, fantastic. If it's your organization's source code for a major project, probably less fantastic. AI service leaks my data to someone else. So this is just unintentional exfiltration, very similar to the other threats. A breach causes regulatory impact. Actually, let's talk about this one, because I actually have this, but CISO of a Fortune 100 brought this one to me not too long ago. So, regulations, regulatory bodies have been in overdrive in the last 2 years. If anyone does not deal with GRC type stuff, I'm envious and fantastic. For those in the room that do have to deal with regulators and deal with compliance to regulatory frameworks, they have been cracking down on poor cyber practices. It has been very widely publicized that several CISOs have been targeted with personal legal charges because they failed to do the right thing. They failed to run a secure organization recently. If my AI service is breached and it has a bunch of sensitive data, is my company impacted from regulatory agencies? There are multiple incidents at the moment where people are actually exploring this, and I don't have the answer because these are very much ongoing things. If your company has an agreement with an AI service and you have a whole bunch of public health information or banking information or financial records, and that AI service is breached, the AI service is in a whole bunch of trouble. Your company is probably in a whole bunch of trouble as well. That is not an official statement yet. Like I said, these are rapidly developing at the moment because this is all real time as we're living in it. But I would highly, let's talk another kind of recommendation, figure out if the risk of using any random AI service, arbitrary AI service, with regulated data is worth it. Some companies might say yes, maybe it does something fantastic. Maybe it makes you $1 billion a year. Maybe it's not worth it. Something everyone has to consider. So this is a fun little story. So, actually happened, slightly paraphrased just to fit it all in the slide. It was actually much more panicky. Hey, need help with something. Fantastic. Sure, what's up? We bought a new AI transcriptions tool, and I have a concern. It says they will use our data, and this is the exact purpose wording, for training and commercial purposes. And how do we stop that? Good luck. Don't use the tool. Yeah, good luck was probably my initial thought, actually. So, think about freely sending your source code, sensitive data, via Word documents, doesn't even matter what it is, to some third-party SaaS vendor AI tool, doesn't matter. I don't have an answer, like I can't shim something in there. If you're sending them the data, you agree to send them the data. If you don't want to send them the data, fantastic. In the case of AI transcription, this was like Zoom or Teams or something. There was a regulated company that was basically sending all of their potentially sensitive regulated conversations to some third-party startup in wherever. I don't even remember where they were based out of, quite frankly. So, sensitive data, regulated industry. Yeah, some CTO bought some tool and we're now mandating transcription in all conversations. Kind of bypass the CISO, bypass security. Probably not a great place to be in. Yeah, they also, by the way, I think that tool cost like 7 figures. I don't know if it was $1 million, $2 million, $3 million for whatever the subscription was for the tool. Yeah, they still had to pay the damn subscription even though they turned the tool off for the entire organization. So talk about waste of money. So moral of the story, and I kind of hit this before, vet these things. So legal, compliance, procurement, InfoSec, privacy, whatever facilities and capabilities you have in your organization to actually review some of these tools, especially things that could potentially have broad blast radiuses. Yeah, being told like, hey, all of our conversations are being recorded via AI. It doesn't matter what it is. Probably not a great idea. So that kind of wraps up the first scenario I want to walk through, and I am actually pretty decent on time. This one's a shorter scenario, and I do have a couple of salient points, and then I'll try and save the last like 10 to 20 minutes for questions. Oh, not used to the sputter. All right, I got an app. It's an AWS app. It runs some Lambda functions, there's some S3 buckets, there's some containers or something in the app. Doesn't matter, just arbitrary app. Fantastic. Let's add AI to it. All right, so we're gonna go enter agreement because some CIO or CTO said, yeah, let's use this Azure AI thing. The Microsoft salespeople were super great. All right, let's connect the app. Fantastic. All right. Oh, gotta have users, so there's users somewhere in the environment. They need access to the AI service, they may need access to the app. Doesn't matter what the access looks like, users need access. This little triangle, as I think about it, is kind of the typical thing we see right now. App, hosted somewhere, on-prem, AWS, don't care, Azure, Google, I don't care. AI service somewhere, doesn't matter. And your on-prem network, whether that's remote users, whether that's traditional offices, if anyone actually still goes to an office nowadays, doesn't matter. For data flow purposes, 1, we're going app to AI service. 2, we're talking about the AI service that now, instead of a vendor being responsible for the AI service, we're all responsible for the AI service. 3, on-prem to AI service. So, app to AI service. Let's talk about a couple quick threads. These are actually really should be straightforward. App to AI service. Data is unintentionally exposed because chances are your app and your AI service is going to have to communicate over the internet. It's 2024. I am going out on a limb and saying everybody in the room should know that we should use HTTPS and whatever other secure protocols you need to use. Once in a blue moon, we find people not doing this, and it's pretty basic, and it's 2024. So unintended exposure over the internet could be an issue. Secure protocols, obviously the mitigation there. App to AI service traffic may lead to regulatory impact. So you fire up an AI service in Azure or AWS, or I don't do GCP that often, but I'm going to assume GCP. If anyone's a GCP expert, you can correct me. A lot of those AI services aren't necessarily natively secure. It's an API endpoint, it does some things. There's not necessarily controls around it. This AI service is exposed over the public internet. Even if your data flow is encrypted, let's say the AI service is natively exposed over 443, fantastic. We all know that communication over 443 for all intents and purposes should be pretty darn secure. Regulatory agencies get a little fussy about that if we're dealing with highly regulated data. They have things that say, oh, everything should be over private networks. Oh, nothing should be exposed over the public internet, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Depends on the regulation we're talking about. So, private networking, API security, role-based access control, all of those things will potentially go ahead and mitigate that threat of your auditor saying, whoa, why are you communicating with this highly sensitive app up to some AI service at the moment? definitely something to keep in mind. Natively, these AI services may not be as secure or as regulatory compliant as you would like them to be. It depends on the industry. Let's talk about the AI service itself. So, AI service, fantastic. I got a little icon that represents the service. What about all the other stuff? This happens like weekly for me right now. Customer does this. Hey, I did Azure AI. I'm gonna go integrate it into all my apps and stuff. Fantastic. What about all the other stuff? What other stuff? Oh wait, we're back to API management services. How are we managing it? How are we storing stuff if there's any sort of persistence there? How's private networking done? What's key management look like? Who's provisioning? You know, what's Jenkins look like? Or pick your DevOps tool of choice. Who's provisioning all this stuff? You guys didn't use anything in Azure or Google or AWS or wherever you're spinning up your AI service 6 months ago. So who's actually managing all this stuff? This conversation happens on a very scary, regular basis at the moment. So, threat. Insecure AI infrastructure leads to public exposure. Again, secure configuration, RBAC, private networking. Those are common mitigations for that public exposure. Insecure DevOps practices lead to breaches. Breach. Fantastic. We're going to spin up a brand new Jenkins instance or GitHub Actions or whatever. Again, pick your poison. Doesn't really matter. Who's securing it? Who's managing it? Is anyone monitoring it? What's going on with that? Lots of this stuff gets forgotten about because every company wants to move quick with AI, and it turns into quick, but we're not doing basic hygiene. We're not doing basic security controls. We're not doing basic management type stuff. Infrastructure sprawl creep over time. This one's actually a big one I do deal with also on a daily basis. So we start off with this AI service and everyone's super happy, and maybe everything's actually locked down and this all looks good. And it's a healthy, locked down, controlled AI implementation. What happens when the next 5 divisions of the company or 15 app teams decide to do this? Are they stamping out standard patterns to secure all this, or are they just Wild Westing it and doing it as quick as possible because they don't want to be left behind? Lots of app teams right now are not standardizing stuff. They're not sharing. They're not playing nicely, even within the same organization. They're cowboying and cowgirling it up as quickly as humanly possible to get an AI service spun up. And they're not writing this down. They're going back to the best of 2000s practice of send it and forget about it. Same thing with thinking about management. Somebody actually has to manage these services long term. It is not set it and forget it when it comes to most of these AI services. You're literally building an application. It isn't magic. AI service abuse goes undetected. Monitoring is forgotten about a scary amount of the time for some reason. Both infrastructure level monitoring and then that prompt level monitoring. And I know I said it on one of the conversations this morning, and some of the gentlemen actually brought up some good points around prompt monitoring. I'm not really digging into prompt monitoring here, but most of the AI services, there's ways to go ahead and capture prompt and response information. It's not native though. Usually you gotta go turn stuff on, you gotta configure stuff, you gotta specify some log targets, like there's things that have to be done. Remember, these are all building blocks to, doing the right thing. You can make a really, really lousy stack of Legos, or you can make a really cool stack of Legos. So let's talk about AI service to on-prem. This is, again, similar issue here. You're on-prem to whatever your AI service is. Are you using a secure protocol or not? Are things being passed in clear text? Again, pretty basic. Still run into issues with that. Flat environments may give attackers a way to laterally move into your AI services. This one's a fun one because lots of big organizations, especially legacy organizations, the Fortune 200, 300 that have been around for 20 or 30 years, they have big, flat, nasty networks with very little segmentation inside them. Think about crown jewels. Like, I'm going out on a limb, and I hope there's segmentation and there's controls around crown jewel type applications, sensitive data, etc. Should your AI service be treated as a crown jewels type thing? Maybe, maybe not. If the AI service is, I don't know, making pretty pictures or something, probably not your core business. If the AI service is supporting one of those crown jewels applications or one of those important business critical things, you better start putting some segmentation on-prem to keep attackers from moving into that AI service. They shouldn't be able to arbitrarily compromise some random dev's account or sysadmin's account, and suddenly they have keys to all your AI service, just like they shouldn't be able to compromise some random dev's account and they have domain admin or global admin or GCP, whatever. So that's something to keep in mind. Attackers may start to use your AI tools against you. I have seen this. It's interesting. Attackers that maybe get into an organization that is embracing an AI tool, and maybe they're actually doing the right thing with the AI tools, and it's pretty locked down. But the identities aren't locked down. Someone gets phished or smished or whatever. I'm going to start crawling through your organization using M365 Copilot prompts. That's a bad day for an organization. Better make sure you've got data protection, better make sure you've got guardrails around your sensitive data, because now you know how we can all move through our SharePoints and drives and databases really quick using AI tools. Attackers can do the same thing now. So we have seen that. All right, so I hit this actually exactly in 40 minutes, which was nice. I'm just summarizing basically, and Clippy, that was 10 minutes of my life on Midjourney to come up with that.
Is that where Clippy lives now?
Yes, so is apocalyptic Clippy. So in summary, AI services are here. We need to do a better job at vetting them. We need to do a better job at access control, labeling, data protection. When your organization starts deciding to develop their own AI tools, we need to all do a better job at ensuring the good development practices, infrastructure security practices, monitoring practices, all the things we all know about, are applied to those super critical breakneck AI projects that are bypassing all the normal security controls and good software development practices because somebody high up in the company says we need AI now. Happy to take as many questions as you guys want in the next 15, 20 minutes. So, sir.
One of the biggest problems I've seen is, you talking about working, I'm involved in the procurement process. They involve security. The problem is getting the vendor to have that transparency as to what's there, including Microsoft.
Yeah, sure.
Digging into, okay, what is Copilot? How is it? There's a big terms that says it's not going to send my data out. Understanding what controls are in place and actually being able to monitor that. Security people like visibility. We have no visibility, even if they say no, we won't do that.
Yeah.
What controls do you put in place to guarantee that?
You choose to do business with the vendor or not do business with the vendor, including Microsoft itself. I know who cuts my paycheck at the end of the day, but there's very clear document. I can only speak to my own personal experience, but there's very clear documentation around what they're saying you won't do. It's a risk determination. Either, yeah, I trust Microsoft's gonna, play within those guardrails, or no, I don't, and I'm not gonna use the tool. So, very few times have I seen a SaaS vendor or an AI vendor just completely open up and say, this is exactly what the controls look like, this is exactly what the guardrails look like, here's what all the internal data flows look like, because they do keep things pretty black boxy at the end of the day. So, sir.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of a lot of the AI implementation of this, right, you mentioned a couple of points, I'll touch on them specifically. People kind of circumventing security controls in an effort to fast track AI. Because AI is here, and it's here to stay. Great. What as a security individual, or even leadership, because that's usually where that's going to begin, what kind of conversations can be had to not necessarily push back on AI, but to encourage people to think from a security perspective instead of just their own individual update?
So, I have successfully seen a couple things work. Paper trail the heck out of it. Emails, meeting minutes, whatever works for your organization. And direct executive sponsorship. Understand there's generally several layers of management. typically we've been bubbling that up as high as it can go. If there is an AI concern, in Microsoft, for example, that is a CISO level concern. We go, I track down the damn CISO and be like, hey man, this is what's going on, Igor. And he will address it. Obviously, everyone in the room, different levels and different organizations. But it is a risk determination that should be at a like SVP, CISO type level in most organizations. And if they're signing off on it, they're saying, I mean, that's their job. Hey, this is within risk tolerance. Let's fast track that. I definitely have seen, CISOs get overridden and whatnot because the CIO or CEO wants the AI thing or wants the capability. But as security practitioners, at the end of the day, we can eliminate the risks of the business, but we can't always keep them from doing the wrong thing. So.
And then also just add flat networks in the legal industry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it seems like one that they would have maybe figured out that they could be held liable, but
it's. I am surprised when I walk into an organization and the network is not flat. Like, oh yeah, we got VLANs, we subnet and segment, and they like, oh, that's awesome. You guys are better than like 99% of the industry. Was there? Was that it? Thank you, sir, in the back.
Right now, they're telling me that they are not using my data to build their own. Not to train it for my data. From a security standpoint, what's the likelihood of them changing their mind?
Ooh. I probably. Good question. I'm speaking as a what's documented today basically is along those lines. I highly recommend even your Microsoft agreements, go read them and make sure that you concur with what the Microsoft agreement says. I probably am not qualified to answer that question either unofficially or officially, just for the fact that somebody high enough up in the company says, nah, we're going to go train with customer data or something. I think there would be massive backlash as an individual if people shift in midstream, but I can't predict the future, quite frankly. So I don't have a good answer. I'm going to punt on that. Anybody else? All right. Thanks all. I appreciate the... Oh! What? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Oh, wait. I am familiar with that one. Yes. I actually I don't remember if that was Microsoft or not. Was it Microsoft's? Yeah. It happens. So. All right. Yep. Thanks all.
And now for a spot of good news. This is the last time you have to hear me. We have one more speaker. We saved the best for last. So be sure and show up in, I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. Awesome.
Wait, who what?
I'm sorry I misspoke. There's 2 more presentations.
Come downstairs and enjoy booze with us.
So you're going to have to hear me speak one more time, so...
No, what are you speaking for? Well, I'm here. Finally, so... Only 4 hours late. Never. And also, now I'm drunk, so I'm funny. Which way? Who lost their Ray-Bans? This is...
Is it alright if you set up over here?
M&A, mergers and acquisitions. Mergers and acquisitions, number 48. Figured smile, sharper than knife. No. So I have a converter. Oh wait, I do, right here. Clicker.
You got 10 or 15 days.
Oh, okay, cool.
Take your time.
Fuck that guy.
Good. Hey, there's a blank one. There's a blank one. I love scanning. There's a blank one. There's a blank one.
Yep, was it me?
Oh, nice. You guys have it
It's
set up
beautiful,
on
yeah.
Don't ever believe her when she says it isn't.
I'm just saying, I don't know this guy, he knows me.
That's right.
That is right. Thank
apparently
you.
not.
You want to see that on camera? Or is people laughing?
There it is. There it is.
Oh, we found the presentation. Yeah.
How did our camera get it? How did we get this one?
I don't know.
Alright, you got 12 minutes.
I don't even know how to
Cool.
do
Yeah, I'm just making sure it works.
No, I'm just,
You gotta hit it. You gotta hit it pretty hard to do that one.
Did you see because,
I know. So, well, I thought there was supposed to be one after this. Like,
no, there is one after this. She's,
So they're a little closer to the
yeah, so
second.
there's 2 more.
yeah.
Little,
Uh-huh.
I'm the MC and I also just recording.
Hey, you know, next time. Next time.
Hackers, burgers, whatever. We're really bad.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. Now it's right. Where's she? Oh, these aren't mine.
no, those are lost and found for now.
Okay.
A guy named Michael Shamrock?
No, I sadly have worked from home too long now. I don't feel like I read it.
Which is it's not all bad.
No, it's got its benefits for sure.
Like for me, 3 days at home with a day or two to cut, you know, have a lunch and meet with
So we need
partners.
this mic off, right?
Off.
And then I'll take
Oh, you want to use one of the other ones?
Test.
Test.
Oh, there we go.
I can keep it away from my face. No, right here. Yep, I think that's good. You want back in here? Yeah, awesome. I'm happy to start early if we want to get faster to happy hour.
Well, I think there's one after you.
Oh, there is.
Yeah,
There is another one.
there's one top of the hour after you.
Otherwise, I would act what it was.
Yeah. The quicker to refreshments, the better.
I don't think anybody got it.
Hey, thanks for doing the video for that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
One of your first day out.
Co-workers and previous co-workers, they said, hey, you're here, video us, okay.
Perfect.
So I hope that wasn't interfering with anybody's view, but I got the video I could.
Oh, no. I think they appreciate it just like on video. I think most of this is streamed, and I'm sure it's recorded somewhere. And usually I put them up on. Do you put them up on YouTube, or where do you put them?
Yeah, it's live streamed on YouTube right now. It's just like an ongoing stream. And then the videos are saved BSD cards on the parts.
I know, right?
That's how they did them in Vegas. They were like 8-hour videos. So as long as you have the schedule, you could go back to if you know the time and watch the video.
Like chapter amount too.
Oh, nice.
Cool. A couple of those I don't want to watch again. They're pretty good.
Yeah, just to take some notes. And,
Yeah, for sure. I like that the Jetson one, the video one, like spy camera at home.
Yeah. she was a little fast, but she knew her stuff. One of my buddies, Justin, has set some of that stuff up.
Oh, yeah?
And yeah, he's like, it's kind of cool. It can detect the dog versus the person.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, so
That's super cool. And the Bluetooth one that was pretty cool too. Monitors and stuff outside the house. That's all that data they use and
it makes you think for sure.
Yeah. A lot of Bluetooth out there.
And there's a lot that, I guess, as you walk by, it'll detect your Bluetooth, and they're trying to do like push ads. So, like, if you're walking through the mall and there's a store with a sale, and you pop up and say,
hey, deals and fans, essentially. I've seen that.
But yeah, if you have 32,000 max, you're running through some sort of data pipeline, you could probably figure out all the vendors and exactly who's where in the Polish military. That was funny.
Yeah, that's super cool. All the odd devices that come by your house.
And a lot of people don't realize that they probably have multiple devices on them.
What you don't know is that your toaster is out there with Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Some of those are on to do. Microwaves and Bluetooth, so you can connect your phone. Why? It's like it's a 30 second timer. I'm not sure. Why am I Bluetooth?
Yeah, like I don't need anything on the internet.
I don't think I need things that connected.
The scary thing is when the SIM cards and the cell chips are cheap enough, they're just going to send it to you and automatically report it. Like it won't be like now you have to hook it up to your Wi-Fi.
You have to like activate it.
Yeah, something like that. And pretty soon it's just going to be like, hey, I turned on and made toast today.
Yeah.
So I worked at a smart grid company. And one of the things they said was, based on power usage, you could actually tell. They say, oh, well, it's all anonymous and this and that, but you could tell, like, a toaster or coffee maker had a very specific fingerprint for usage.
Interesting.
So, like the coffee maker would shoot up and then kind of come down, and certain things would draw a lot of electricity quickly.
Yeah.
And then you'd have like a refrigerator that would go up and down, throughout the day, so it's cooling. And so you could almost tell the devices in a house
just by pattern.
Yeah, just based on what they were using. Like
that's pretty cool.
And you hook that up to a Zigbee or whatever it is. Yeah, you get all kinds of data that you can pull into apps.
Yeah, it's crazy when you start collecting a bunch of data.
Yeah, Bluetooth guy, you can tell when those numbers are coming and going. The taser one, like if you see 17 of these coming, like,
yeah,
run the same one. You can tell who's going where and what they have.
Just wait for the thumbnail.
I just took on a new job, so how that plays out.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be good.
That picture in frame looking good.
They only wanted 2, but I'll do 3. Really generous. Also, it's April 14th. Because smile. Damn. Okay, I'm gonna go look that over.
Make sure everything looks and plays well together. And good stuff.
So you said you've been involved with the BSides here for a while, or is this just like your first or second
This is my
year
first time
volunteering?
being involved, but I've come to BSides here.
I was a kid, I think last year or the year before, they had 2 water talks, and the kid was talking about piggybacking on ER next to him. And I was like, I remember his parents were in the hallway, and I'm like, yeah,
That is a technical benefit for mom that contacted.
Yeah. And they were so proud of him. I'm like, really?
That's awesome.
Maybe just different.
Like, he was really young. He left high school that day to come to Kansas.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I was like, good for you for being that courageous and getting out there and having something to say.
Absolutely. That's cool.
Yeah, you almost need to take the camera off of him and maybe get a mic on him or something.
Yeah. Well, there's one guy there's a guy hundreds of them.
See, I think we should switch over to there's a movie with Christian Bale where he was American Psycho. He had his business card with mergers and acquisitions, and he said, "Oh, murders and executions," which was true. But everybody thought it was a joke.
He's like, oh, I know it more than anybody else. It's like, oh, all right, then, I'll do everything about it. Yeah,
I've seen some really great topics with horrible presenters. It's really great for someone to horrible topics. It's fun to watch everybody get a great presentation and a great presenter.
You know, I'm
super interesting.
So,
yeah, the nice thing is fun back when there was Alexis Mars before. People would be smoking and drinking. I was like 10, 14. Like it was a long time ago.
I got one Alexis Mars before we
yeah, it's definitely corporate now. It's not what it used to be. Yeah, it's like, like, but there's all these spin-off films. BSides Denver, you can still find this bunch of
I'm around. I think I stand out there.
hiring out, contracting out now.
But I didn't go this year at the convention. Each of the casinos picked up Jam and Caesars.
Yeah,
but it was like
Overwatch it.
It was like a long manager before. It was very they wouldn't see it, but they would know like this. Yeah. They did see it's nice to have all the villagers and talk, so you don't have to like run to the other casino and try and catch them to the room and see and then you don't have the families and other random audiences at the casino for bowling and cards.
Is everyone paying attention? Oh, that's right. I was going to say that it was turned down.
This one's on.
Hey everybody. I hope you started enjoying your day at BSides Denver. And I hope that you're really interested in giving us money so that we can come back next year. There's a guy back there, his name is Telecon. If you have cash for us, you should go give it to him.
Make it rain.
Yeah, make it rain all over Telecon. He's raising his hand right now. Well, 3 seconds ago. Anyway, back to your regularly scheduled programming. I'm a Trekkie, and one of my favorite rules of acquisition is Rule 48. The bigger the smile, the sharper the knife. Someone was listening to me. But we're going to introduce right now Ashley Fairman with the cyber tactics of murders and executions.
Yeah, so actually my talk is about M&A, aka murders and executions. But I feel like executions is with an E, so how does it? Anyway, so I was told I needed to rename my talk for that reason. By the way, I am a Trekkie, and Next Generation is the best. Let's just clear that up right now. Next Generation, right?
Voyager erasure, and I won't stand for it.
All right, I'm not going to answer your questions then. So, a little about me. Why am I here? Why am I talking to you today? And why am I in front of you? I've had the craziest cyber journey, and I have loved and hated every second of it. So, I started out in the Air Force, and I graduated as a commissioned officer. My college next door freshman neighbor is sitting right up here in the front, Rob. Hey, so we go back 20-some years. Yeah, I know, right? He's here to support me. I appreciate it. So I spent some time, I would call it DOD, because the freaking Air Force kept deploying me with the Army, and I couldn't stand it. So after my second tour, that was Afghanistan, I came back and I was like, hey, I signed up to be in the Air Force. Why do I keep getting deployed with the Army? I'm kind of done with this. So I did a little bit more time as a GS at the Defense Logistics Agency and learned about acquisitions. And I was like, what a shit show. Have you ever seen the map of DoD acquisitions? It is the biggest freaking chart I've ever seen in my life. Worse than the Google network. We'll talk about that later. So after I was like, okay, working in the government's gonna kill me, I need to do something different. I looked at commercial sector, and I've been in big tech for the past 10 years. I've had the pleasure of working at companies doing security incident response. I've built incident response teams globally. I've responded to incident crisis of billions of dollars and billions of users. And now I was like, I'm done. I'm done, right? No. I want to go after the little guy. So I spent my time in tech, you know, and collected my beautiful stock vestings, and all of us know about that, right? That's why we work in tech. And now I'm starting a company of my own and pursuing my PhD so that I can secure critical infrastructure. So when people think about cybersecurity, right, this is the meme you most often see. So the government, they're spying on us, right? They think that we're all anonymous. Well, my friends think, they're like, how does she know that stuff? How does that stuff make sense? And then what I think I do is I think that I just run the team. I think of myself as like a fire chief. When shit hits the fan, I come in, collect the team, clean up the mess, make sure everything's safe and secure, and then walk away. But honestly, back to Star Trek, what I really do is just hit my head on the table when I come across problems. Okay, that's not true. How I think of myself is I am a cyber crusader. And I'm here today to talk to all of you about becoming a cyber crusader with me. One of the things that keeps me up at night is the fact that in the United States, we have threat actors lurking in our critical infrastructure. And it is terrifying. They can take out our electric grid, they can take out our power, our utilities. You want to trust the water coming out of your tap? That it hasn't been messed with, the chemical content, how much chlorine, lead going into your water right now, at this very moment, our adversaries can mess that up and poison our citizens. So, I am now a cyber warrior in a different way. I wore a uniform for 7 years, took that uniform off, and now my life goal is to secure critical infrastructure. So, back to the point, what our real agenda is about is M&A, and mergers, acquisitions, and divestitures. So what I'm going to talk about today is what are our risks during an M&A? Who here has been in an M&A? Who's been acquired or acquired a company? Okay, keep your hand up if that went smoothly. Okay, we don't have any hands up anymore. So what I'm going to talk to you about is some case studies and lessons learned from those case studies during my time at M&A.
And what happened to our stock options?
Which company? Did you see? No, Smartsheet was my last tech company, and they just went up 10% because they're talking about being acquired. And I was like, hey, I was on that team. Can I do the due diligence? I know where all the dead bodies are hidden. Please, can you hire me for that? So I'm hitting up Blackstone, who's doing that acquisition. So then we're going to talk about the real-world success stories of some of the M&A I've worked on. And then the action for you guys to take home. Because this is going to, almost everyone here raised their hand that they've been in an acquisition. So I'm hoping that you can take away some key items here back to your team and make it a little smoother, or hire me, either way. So M&A, it starts out with the selection process. So a selection process is when the sponsor company or sponsor organization says, hey, I want to buy this company, I'm looking at buying something in this market sector. They typically evaluate multiple companies at this point and look at which one is the most valuable to that sponsor. So this is when they bring in what we call our security, privacy, and compliance team. They bring us in the deal. And when I was at Google, when this happens, when you're in the selection process, you have to sign your life away that you won't do any insider trading based upon the acquisition information. So the number of people that are involved in the selection process is Sundar, the CEO of Google, and then the 5 of us on the M&A team. That's it. The entire company is not allowed to load. This needs to be confidential, and it absolutely is important in the process that you do not expose any deal information pre-close. Am I too loud? I'll talk like this. So pre-close due diligence. So pre-close due diligence, that's a systematic process where we bring in what we call a clean team. So this is the security, privacy, and compliance clean team. You're not associated with any part of the company that you're acquiring or acquired. So we have a sponsor at Google, and then we have our M&A Alphabet team that's separate. And we can't have any stake in the deal, essentially, as a clean team. So that way we're providing unbiased information to our project sponsor. And we can be honest and upfront and tell all the stories. So in that pre-close due diligence, we call it the tell me phase. At this point of an acquisition, you're not allowed to dive deep into the tool or architecture, because then you could run into the problems of, if a deal falls apart, lawsuits happen. Because they're like, oh, you stole my intellectual property, what about this? If you keep a clean team, that doesn't end up being a problem. So I highly recommend the clean team for due diligence. And during that, we come up with closing conditions. So does anybody know what a closing condition is on a contract? Kind of like a house. When you get your house inspected and you're buying a house, the inspector comes in and they give you all the list of items like, hey, your roof has a leak in it, this electrical box needs to be. So we do the exact same thing from the cybersecurity perspective. We evaluate that company, we do reputational analysis, we do external scanning, we do code analysis at this point with a third party, so Google does not touch the code. And we look at this point, we start preparing for what we call integration, but I'll get to that in just a second. So pre-close, the most important part, clean team, and closing conditions. Closing conditions are what you're asking for fixed prior to the acquisition. So it's your cut sheet of items that you say, okay, you need to fix this shit before I buy you because I don't want to be pwned. So, close. Close is a day. Closing day is the day that you officially become responsible for that other company. So day of close, midnight hits, and whatever time zone the deal is, you're gonna see all kinds of crazy things happen. You're gonna see massive amounts of attacks. You're gonna see like malware, trying to embed malware. We've seen like crypto lockers and all kinds of crazy stuff happen on close, because once the public announcement goes out, they're like, oh, let's see if I can break into the acquisition. So that way when Google brings me on board, I got my foothold. So that's what we're watching out for. We put on a big security hug on day 0. We deploy our tools, we monitor immediately, and we go in a war room essentially and work with the engineers from the acquisition, the engineers from the clean team, and we do that security hug so that the acquirer is responsible and has visibility into the new company that they just purchased. So that's close. But integration, you know, I talked about pre-owned, we got some owned environments. A lot of startup companies do not think about security at all. They are solely focused on building this product and selling it, and security is an afterthought. I don't think I've ever been, never been on an acquisition where there was a security contact that I had at that team. It was always the, it was always the senior security engineers. Most of the time it was the actual owner who created this product. So during integration, we evaluate where they're at current day. And this is before it was show me. So this is tell me, or it was tell me first, and now it's show me. So if you told me that you're implementing this level of encryption, I want to see it. Show me a screenshot. If you tell me that your program is doing this, now you have to show it to me, and then we come up with that assessment, we come up with a roadmap, and then we integrate them into our tech stack. That sounds great, but we all know that integrating two companies is extremely complex. So managing this from a security, privacy, gosh, I'm sorry, I don't want to give anybody a headache.
Still fine. Yeah, it's good.
Okay. So integrating into the tech stack is extremely important, because why else are you buying this company if you're not going to use what you're purchasing them for? So there could be a deal that's you're just buying the tech, you're buying the talent. So sometimes we would acquire some developers just because we wanted their brains, so we would acquire the company for the talent. So there's many, many different types of deals and how you work on it. And then finally, it ends up with handoff when the acquired company has met all of our security requirements, and then we hand them off to the PA in the product area, and we walk away as a clean team after that's all done. So it's a great process, and it's always fun being a part of the team, but it's sad when you pass it on. All right, so let's get into the real meat of it, and what is this risk? Why do we even need to do cybersecurity due diligence? Who here has anyone done it? Heard of it? Yeah, it's super rare, right? Like, it's not very common. So the most important thing is the financial impact on the deal. When you're collecting your evidence and assessing the acquisition target, it is very important to understand what the financial uplift is going to take to get them into your company. So that can affect the price of the deal, the reputational concerns. So there was one deal that I was on, and I was brought in at the interest phase, right? So the sponsor was like, ooh, I really want to buy this product, and it's a security product, and it'll go great with, this other Google thing. I need to be very unspecific, I apologize, because I can't talk about it. But I came in and I said, no, I'm recommending that we cancel this deal because of the reputation of that company, and I don't think it's something we want to get mixed up in. It is not something that our company, and it doesn't follow our company ethics and values, and so I recommended against that deal, and that deal died. So it's great to have a team and listen to them to get that information, and being enabled to provide your opinion, because this is your livelihood online. If you acquire, and we'll get to those, like the Starwood mergers and acquisitions, but undisclosed data, so we look the dark web to see if their intellectual property has already been stolen, because that happens. So we cancel deals if we can find their product already being built somewhere else because their IP was stolen. Ransomware, gosh darn it, ransomware. When is that gonna end? I don't think ever, right? But as soon as, if someone hears about the deal on day zero, we have seen a lot of ransomware attacks. That's why the pre-close conditions are so important, that you lock up that acquisition before you own it on day zero. Insider threat, we've seen people who aren't happy with the acquisition and are saying, fuck you, I don't want to go to that company, so I'm going to sell our shit on the side. That's also the reputational analysis and seeing if there's any DLP from current employees. Super important, because not everybody's happy in a merger or an acquisition, so you need to think about that. So our first case study is going to be about Yahoo. So 2017 is when I started on the M&A team at Google, and this was new to me. I've been an incident responder for 15 years, so I literally have cleaned up dead bodies in every freaking network you can imagine. So, and by dead bodies, I don't mean physical, right? You know. But I started in 2017, and during the deal process, so Verizon was acquiring Yahoo. Who has a Yahoo account? Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Hey, guess what? I still have a Hotmail account, and I use it. So what happened during this acquisition process is that Yahoo was not forthcoming, nor did they know about the fact that they had 2 previous breaches. So when the analysis, the due diligence was happening in 2017, it was disclosed and it was identified that in August of 2013, do you guys remember that breach? 1 billion users, so pretty much everybody who has a Yahoo account was compromised. And then in September of 2014, an additional 5 million user accounts were exfiltrated. But the problem on this acquisition is that Yahoo wasn't upfront and honest and didn't know their own environment. So what would you do if you were looking at buying a company and then just found out that 5 billion of their users were already gone? Would you still want to buy them?
Depends how valuable the company is.
That is, yes. Wait, I said I wasn't going to respond to you. Gosh darn it. Yes, because it really depends on the motivation of the sponsor. How bad do they want that product? How much money are they willing to spend on it and remediate those issues, right? So the sponsors really wanted this deal, and what ended up happening was it was sold for $4.48 billion, and because of the cybersecurity due diligence, the price was dropped $350 million. And there were federal fines afterwards as well. So Yahoo and Verizon split the fines between the liabilities that they had to pay and repercussions. So that ultimately affected the deal about $500 million because of all of the fines and information. So my lessons learned on this one in particular is transparency, being transparent throughout the entire deal, being upfront with your issues. Like, no security is perfect. Just be honest about it, and we'll figure out a way to make it work, right? So case study 2. So in 2018, I was still on the M&A team, and I was traveling around the world to these M&A deals, and I was staying in Marriott's. And I was like, fuck, this is horrible. They stole my information. What am I hope that I'm not making these mistakes in my acquisitions that I'm working on. So we as a team would take these cases after they came out, and we would analyze them and take that feedback to make sure that we were building it into our process. So 2018, Marriott Starwood merger. This one's a hot mess. Look at this picture. You guys see the picture on the right? I guess I have a pointer. Starwood had an outdated infrastructure, and they were poorly managing it, and it was a hot mess. They had a RAT, remote access terminal. You guys know that? Okay. RAT. They had a RAT go embedded on a server for Starwood, and it had been actively exfiltrating for 4 years. 4 years! Oh my goodness, like what is happening in that network that Starwood couldn't figure out exfiltration and a RAT for 4 years? So that ended up, and they had RDP open. I mean, come on, that's just like just unlock the front door with RDP open, right? So they had RDP open, so they did no due diligence in this deal. So Marriott had no idea they were buying a pre-owned environment. And so when Marriott finally discovered it in November of 2018, because they have a better security team than Starwood did, and they detected it, they had to call in law enforcement, the whole thing, Secret Service, FBI, gosh, yeah, that's fun in an incident. So what really happened here was Marriott, because they didn't do the due diligence and didn't do what we all expected a global company to do to protect our data, it was frustrating that they didn't spend the time to do the due diligence to find out about this. So that's the biggest lesson learned here, is that this was a huge number of credit card data, personal data, passports, all that stuff that was stolen and could be turned into fake identities going forward. Like, it's terrifying. So that was the biggest lesson learned on this one is do your due diligence. All right, this one gets a star. I like this one because it's my favorite, because who also was a part of the Equifax breach? I know I was. I mean, gosh, how many breaches? OPM, like my data's gone, I already know it. So in 2020, this time, this was it? Yeah, okay. So in 2020, why I put this one as a star is because Equifax did everything correct in this acquisition. They did their due diligence, they acquired Estonia Credit Institution, and they were rebuilding their reputation after the 2017 hack. So 2017, Equifax had the major breach, and then in 2020, when they were doing this acquisition, they said, you know what, we're gonna get it together. We're gonna focus on data security as our number one thing. We're gonna make it happen. Number two, we're gonna set up continuous monitoring. Super important to understand the environment you're acquiring. And then we're gonna spend the time and effort to rebuild trust with our users. Okay, everybody's falling asleep. Even though I'm loud, like I'm saying, babe, you need it. That's why I wanted cocktails. What happened? I wanted cocktails, I wanted cheers. So I'm gonna talk about best practices, and then I'm gonna talk about a deal that I did while at Google, and then we'll wrap it up. So that we, oh no, there's a talk after this. I keep thinking, I'm like, yes, let's go to the beer. No. Okay, so clean team. I talked about the clean team. Very important to hire unbiased, uninvolved party so that you do not get sued if the deal falls apart. Very critical. Due diligence. Think about it. Security, privacy, compliance, due diligence. It's a package. It needs to be done when you're acquiring a company, even if it's just an IP snapshot that you're buying, if it's a code stack that you're buying, or if you're buying talent. It's still important to do your due diligence. Day zero. Think about that ahead of time. Be prepared for it. Work with your engineering teams. Train your engineering teams. And make sure everybody is ready to put that security hug on day zero so that you can see what you're buying. Monitoring. Know what you're buying. Central logging. Send it to the SOC. Get that visibility. You are legally responsible for that company now. Get your visibility. And training. It's like when there's an acquisition, it's like people just assume you smush two things together and it's gonna work out. Training is so important to get people comfortable with the new product you're bringing on, the new team you're bringing on, training that new team what it's like to be at your company, integrating them so that they feel welcome in your new company and start being profitable and helping your business day one. And then integration. So with the integration, the key point there is estimating how much it's going to take. What is the engineering lift of this acquisition I'm buying? People are like, oh, I'm gonna buy it for 10 million, but how much are you gonna spend on integrating it? So we like to do what we call t-shirt sizing. We would, once we came up with the list that we were saying, okay, this is where they're at, this is where they need to be in our environment, and then we would estimate how many engineering hours it would take to fix each of the issues, and we would give that to our sponsor to say, hey, this is how many engineering hours at this rate, it's gonna cost this much to do the engineering uplift. You always, always, always have to plan for that and allocate funds so that you can correctly and try to smoothly integrate them into a new company. So real world, this is me. This was 2020, this was right. This was COVID, because I was up in Seattle and COVID had just broke out. I think this was February of 2020 and COVID was happening in Seattle and this deal was up in, we acquired AppSheet out of Seattle. So we were on site for the day zero deployment when we were hearing about the outbreaks of COVID. So what I got involved in this deal from the very beginning. We were looking at multiple companies to acquire. We ended up choosing, the sponsor chose AppSheet. And so then we started meeting with AppSheet, started meeting with their engineers, doing our due diligence. And this happened to be, the due diligence piece was Christmas, right? deals seem to happen at the end of the year because that's when funding is available. So holiday break doesn't really happen for us in M&A. Also, those of us in incident response, we don't really get holidays. Sales, yeah, there you go. Yeah. So this one we were able to do the t-shirt sizing to say this is what the uplift was. It was enormous, I'm not gonna lie. So when I did the analysis and I came up with closing conditions, I said this deal is too risky because of their lack of security. However, I cannot find any evidence of a breach. We just need to be aware, and I want all of these controls implemented before we purchase them. And so what I thought would take 3 months, the engineering team at AppSheet fixed and remediated all of those security issues in 4 days. 4 days, so that they were able to they were motivated. They were motivated and they got that shit done. They were like, oh, got it. So I was happy. At the closing, I had to ask for verification of those controls that were put in place, get the evidence, then the deal was able to go through. And then we go to Seattle and we do the integration. And from the t-shirt sizing, it was estimated to be 1.5 years of engineering time to get them up to security standards. So what we did was we worked with a partner, Protivity in Seattle, and hired them as a contractor to come in and implement the security uplift that we needed prior to integrating them into the Google Cloud Stack. And if you look at the Google Cloud Stack today, AppSheet's on there, and it's fantastic, and it was a very, very successful project. After I had been there for a while, right? This was a good one. So, actionable guidance for you guys. Take pictures, take it away. I want you to take this to your leaders. I want to say C-suite. You guys need to think about these things when you're buying these companies. Stop shoving it down our throats. Let's plan this. Let's look at it as a program. Let's do it. So prioritize cybersecurity. Cybersecurity encompasses privacy and compliance. You always have to think about what that means to your company, what it means to your reputation, and what are you willing to do to keep that. So allocate sufficient resources. Make sure you have the engineering power or money to pay a contractor to do that uplift. Every acquisition, nobody's perfect. Everybody's gonna need to fix something. And open communication. So when I was working on a different deal, this one was in Australia, so I found that this particular app that we were looking at purchasing, CAPTCHA was created by Google. Are you familiar with CAPTCHA? You gotta, pick the thingies. This company had built into their code a way to bypass CAPTCHA, and were trying to sell it to us. And I was like, you literally are trying to bypass Google's security to do your thing. This is literally illegal. But, we were working with companies that were being built in different areas of the world, so their regulations are different. So that's why the uplift of meeting our security and compliance is so important. So those are the things that you catch and you're like, what the heck were they thinking, right? But they needed to get their job done. So due diligence, you find the craziest things. Technology teams, this is the core. These are the people that make it happen, right? Make sure you're talking to each other. Talk about requirements. Talk about integration. Talk about access controls. What are the appropriate levels of controls that you have and these new people have, And then security by design. I say that, but I've never been in an acquisition with security. So, legal and compliance. Honestly, lawyers are my best friends. The legal team that I have worked with at the tech companies are just phenomenal. All 3 of the tech companies I worked at, I really enjoyed working with the legal teams. And always get advice from your legal team, regardless of how much we can read compliance. They always want a lawyer to sign it, whatever. It's always good to get their perspective and get them involved. And also make sure that the lawyer includes cybersecurity in the actual contract. Because a lot of times it's not considered, not written in the contract. Make sure there are articles about the cybersecurity posture of your acquisition in the contract. So, I'm gonna stop here for a second. Any questions? Yeah?
So with the Marriott and
Starwood
merger, they found a rat.
Yep.
Was that during due diligence, or when did they find it?
No, after.
Okay,
It was post-close. They didn't do due diligence.
They what?
They were asking about when did they discover the rat in the Starwood Marriott merger. It was post-acquisition because Marriott did not complete a due diligence. So they did not find it until they were actively monitoring the environment.
So if you don't mind, a follow-up on that.
Mm-hmm.
Your suggestion for due diligence was risk assessment and checking posture.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't seem like it's that those would necessarily catch a rat, and I feel like you need to do like an in-depth threat hunt to actually catch.
So
is that something that'd be part of due diligence?
yes and no. So pre-close with the clean team, you can go in and check the environments, and you can do an internal. You can ask for an internal scan. We would complete the external scan. We would ask for an internal scan, but a lot of the acquisitions didn't even have a scanning device. So sometimes we would look through the logs and see what we actually could find. So a lot of times these companies and technology are built in clouds that we don't trust at all. And so we just kind of assume that they're pwned, and we burn it to the ground. We take a snapshot of their IP and the code, and we literally burn it to the ground and rebuild it into Google. So what we did at AppSheet is you build in parallel. So you build the new product in parallel, and you have both up and running, the old and the new, and then you mirror the sites and cross traffic to test the loads and all that stuff during the integration phase. So most of the time we assume that the environment is pwned, and we take the IP, we burn it to the ground and rebuild it. That's most of the acquisitions I worked on. We would not bring in, we did not bring in any tech from outside. But Google also has a lot of money, which is very different than the normal customer, right? So it's all about, comes down to the dollar. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah.
It's actually kind of similar, you probably kind of answered it, but is it normal then to have a third party come in and do some type of assessment, or do you have like a CrowdStrike, some big company like that to come do that, or is it's not usually going to be the sponsor?
So we as a clean team would hire a third party code review. So, and then we would also have a snapshot of the code evaluated for maturity and how well that code was written, because it also had to do with how much the engineers were going to be paid and offered a job at the new company.
Well, not even like the code, but like infrastructure and, just like that type of.
Yeah, so that's when we put our monitoring tools around it on day 0, and that's when we know if it's pwned or not, is we find out on day 0.
But then if you're having some like conditions for that stuff, have something with you is.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm talking about adding it in the contract, that the cybersecurity language, so that you can come back and say, like in the Marriott Starwood one, they could have came back to Starwood, even though it had been dissolved, but they could have came back and got reparations for that particular area of cybersecurity if it's in the contract. So then you do have a legal standing to say, hey, you didn't disclose this to us, now we want more money back. So it's all part of the negotiation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, all the way back.
Yeah, do you have a maturity model for the mergers and acquisitions itself, or improving cybersecurity of mergers and acquisitions? Going from 0 cybersecurity integration to full maturity?
Yeah. So I've created my own special sauce, actually. So throughout my career, I started with the ITIL lifecycle and change management. And then it turned into incident and crisis management. And then I started doing program management, so I learned the PMP style. And then I was like, CMMC would be great to add on top of this. So that's kind of how I look at it. I look at it as a program, and then each lane I compare to the CMMC model, basically. And then create a heat map that says, okay, based upon I also use the CIS 18 controls and grade you on how you're doing, and then track that progress over time. So, and I associate it with risk. So like, number 1 is knowing your assets, right? And knowing what's on your network. So I start with the heavy hitters first, risk-based, and then go from there.
Surprise for Google
really doesn't like following anyone else's ideas. So literally, like when I came in, I worked on the NIST critical controls framework, and they were like, don't use that language at Google. You are not allowed to use that here. And they came up with their own words for everything. And so Google's is really its own world. The rest of us can talk the same language, but talking to a Googler is like a foreign language. Not gonna lie. Yeah.
We've been building a service for this effort for the company that just did partner with us. I would love to talk in greater depth about this and see if I can hire you to come and get the same presentation on my team.
I would love to.
I find that one of the largest challenges in the question that you just addressed on why people don't use ISO or NIST or some of the others is that in most of these acquisitions and merger type situations, speed is critical. And you'll find that those controls have way too many sub-controls and variables that end up interfering and creating an issue. Even with, like, you mentioned SysB8. Even with SysB8, you see people really trying to bring it down to about 40 of those controls in these processes.
Right, yeah, I think it's out into like 140 sub-controls now. Yeah, back when I worked on that, I was on the board for about 5 years when it used to be the 20 critical controls under SANS back in the day. It was a lot less complicated, but I really like the detail that we've added now, especially with the implementation groups. I find that is like, if anyone's asking me where do I start with a security program, I recommend they follow the SIS-18 and start with implementation group 1. Like, you gotta start with the basics, cyber hygiene. And really in an M&A deal, we're not looking for a perfect situation by any means. We just want it secure enough that we can buy it without a reputational damage or risk. So it's all about risk. Is your company willing to risk it? How much risk do you have? And how much money do you have to pay to reduce that risk? So yeah.
You mentioned information gathering, darknet, whatever. Do you tend to prefer OSINT tools that have been sourced like yourself or through people you know and work with, or do you find value out of things like Alert Future or
So I actually use all of those things. Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. The question was, how do I do the reputational analysis? And I do the reputational analysis through dark web, because that's typically where we'll find the IP. You won't find that using OSINT tools. So using like Mandiant, their intel, and Google also has the best freaking threat intel team in the world, right? Like, so we would work with them, specifically our tag, so threat action group at Google, and work with them if we had questions about a company we were looking at, and they would see like what APTs are going after them, what activity they've seen. So we were able to do a deep dive. Now that I don't have access to tag, I use OSINT tools, Recorded Future, and I'm demoing the new Mandiant tool. Yeah. One more second. I want to just wrap with my final thoughts, and then we'll do some more questions, okay? So my key takeaways is be humble in all of your interactions. Like, meet people where they're at, be humble. Security is scary to most people. It's overwhelming. It's this unknown that can ruin their life by emptying their bank accounts. So people are scared of security. So just be humble in your interactions and be easy to talk to. You won't believe the stuff you're gonna hear if you're just nice to the team you're talking to. They will tell you all their dark secrets, and you will find out so much more about the deal if you just are a little nice about it, right? So that's, what they say, you collect more with honey. Absolutely. Honey, be sweet, be nice, be approachable, don't be intimidating, and just be open. Assume best intentions. Assume best intentions is one of the greatest lessons that I've learned in my career. And coming from the military and having like a Marine Corps boss and then having an Army general and like being treated not that great, right? Like as a lower person. So at Google, we are trained from day one to assume best intentions and meet people where they're at that day. We all have shit going on in our lives. We all can be distracted, but treat everybody with respect and kindness in your interactions because you don't know what they're going through. So that is one of my biggest career lessons learned. Do your research in an M&A. Do a research when you're looking at acquiring a company. Think about it when you're interviewing with a company. When you're interviewing with a company, remember, you're the asset that they want. So you should be interviewing them, not the other way around. You need to interview them to see if that's a place that you want to work. Do you like that culture? Do you like that opportunity? Do they provide training? So think about that. And then motivations. So motivations will change everything, right? So the motivation of the sponsor, he'll throw money. They'll throw money at it to fix a problem. So if you understand the motivations of who you're working with, you're able to support them better throughout your deal. I mean, that's the same for being, on any of our teams. Like, if you understand the motivation of your director or leader, you're able to support them better. So always be willing to ask the hard questions. In security, sometimes it can be intimidating to ask, well, can you show me that you're actually using AES 256? Because I thought you were on 128. You need to show me. Like, don't be scared to ask the hard questions. Don't be like, show me your offboarding process. Show me the fact that your engineers don't have access to your system anymore because you forgot about some platform that didn't have single sign-on, right? So you're letting engineers go out the door that can still log into your monitoring console. So trust but verify. Sure, everybody's going to put on a nice face in a deal, and they're going to tell you what they think that you want to hear. Trust but verify. Ask. Ask for the evidence. Show me the screenshot. I want to see it. And make risk-based decisions. Every interaction that we do in security is based on risk. That's how much effort we put in each day. That's how much money we put into things. It's all based upon risk and our ability to reduce that risk. So I want to thank you guys for listening to me and being my Friday night date in Denver. I appreciate it. My husband is appreciating his computer gaming time now that I'm away. So I appreciate all of you. And you can always book a consultation with me for free on my site, 30 minutes, and we can talk about your situation. I can, talk you through whatever you're going through with your program. I worked from one-person single startups all the way to billions of users of Google. So I'd love to have a conversation with you, talk to you about securing your organization, or if you need help on an M&A deal, I'd be more than happy to help. Do we have any other questions? We did have a question right here. Yeah. You
mentioned internal scans, external scans, and code review.
Yeah.
Do you ever take application security testing results into consideration as well?
So we do the application security testing post-acquisition. So we have our application security team that will fully analyze, help them. So that's during the integration piece. So our security team works with the engineers to mentor them and help them understand this so that they're empowered to do it again next time, right? Yeah.
But what if there's some really bad bugs?
It doesn't matter. Even if there's really bad bugs, you bought the product already, you're not gonna see that, and you shouldn't see it because that's intellectual property owned by somebody else. You shouldn't be able to see it legally, right? So when we're doing pre-close code analysis, it's looking for major issues, the language formatting, is it following best practices, things like that. But we're not looking for big security vulnerabilities at that point. They'll come up in the analysis, but we really dive in post-acquisition during the integration phase where we're rebuilding. Because like I said, most stuff we burn to the ground and rebuild it. So that's when we find those, and that's when our senior security engineers mentor the new acquisition into developing better code. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. This is one of the best ones that I can participate in a long time. I heard you speak about intelligence-led approach to doing an M&A process. I usually go for report feature.
Oh, I love it.
I have clients that goes over these processes all the time. The biggest disconnect out of everything you have mentioned is that collaboration and information sharing. CTI team is necessarily not connected with the dedicated M&A and GLC teams. So, exactly. So that's decided for tonight. But I was interested in knowing, obviously, when you were doing these processes, your organization was at such a mature level that there was that collaboration internally.
Yeah.
I'm interested in hearing at the higher level, how were you able to break that silo and become part of that tiger team that was associated with M&A from ground up?
So the question was, how did I become part of the Tiger team from the ground up? At the time in 2015, Google realized that they needed an additional lift. And so they hired my boss, Ruchi Shah from Amazon, who led the Amazon acquisition team. And so she built out the team and then hired me. I was on the incident response team. I was doing security and privacy incidents for Google Workspace. So the really bad ones, like Gmail, Docs, Sheets, and Slides, those were fun. So I was doing that, and Ruchi brought me over to her team, and Google started building up security and privacy first, and then we added compliance probably in 2018. I brought that process together and made sure that we all did it together. We brought in compliance at that point. So Google really stepped up in about 2015, building the M&A team.
I think many organizations should learn from their approach starting off from the very beginning. And recorded feature, along with any other intelligence sources that you're using right now to do this kind of assessment. The traditional M&A process is just sharing a bunch of spreadsheets and somebody telling you about event that happened basically what you can get with an intelligence-led approach. Maybe not right now, but I would be interested in maybe a half hour to know exactly how you're currently leveraging the recorded feature along with other solutions.
Sure, you can give me a
provide
discount.
that kind of provide that kind of awareness in support of the program.
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
can help out my client base. I'm a consultant. I work with clients that are struggling with it, but usually the biggest challenge comes from the collaboration between the CTI team and the GRC.
Yes, and that's why I said it's so important to bring in the security, privacy, compliance team from the beginning, pre-closed due diligence, because then you get the full picture of what you're buying. It is so critical. I would love to have a conversation.
I was part of a merger where a larger company acquired our company, and as part of that deal, I don't recall if it was pre or post. I feel like timing-wise it was pre. Part of the contract was to have an internal red team assessment from their larger company into ours. So they had, I believe, black box assessment. And they were particularly...
So black box assessment means you're doing it, isolating that specific code and only evaluating that. That's what black box testing means.
Yeah, I believe they, from what I remember, they just came in blind and they ran the whole gamut. It was a very expensive game. And what I remember from it and reading postmortem and talking to my peers at the time is that they were particularly very good, like way better than industry average and some of the best that we've ever seen. And my question to you is, and you're not necessarily with Google, because it's Google, but maybe with other M&As, do you find that the talent, especially when such a large amount of money, if that's even a factor for those teams and those individuals, if the talent bar is higher due to those circumstances of like potentially billions of dollars?
Yeah, so for the question what I'm hearing is, do I find that the talent that we acquire in an acquisition is higher than the average?
No, the talent of like your company that you're doing the M&A for.
Okay, so the client, so me at the time being Google doing the, okay.
You feel like Google's red team or like the talent involved in that like the technical side?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. So Google's security is freaking awesome. Like some of the most talented people I've ever met in my life work there and do amazing things. However, so when I said we assess where they're at today and where they need to be, during those deals, it was Google standards. But in an acquisition, it's understanding what the sponsor requirements are and the company that you're going into, the regulatory market. So as the M&A team, it's your responsibility to explain that to your sponsor of saying, this product fits into this compliance area. And these, like, you have to advise the sponsor on how to address that.
So that's not part of the M&A team. Like, you would tell them, like, oh, this is where they need to be, and they'll send their people to do their thing.
Yeah, so I think you're talking about like the training piece. So when we evaluate a company and the employees at the company, we evaluate, typically the acquisitions I worked on were all coded products. So it was an engineer who developed code, and we would evaluate that code again for maturity and for its coding, like how good of a coder are they? And then we would take that and they would go through an interview process with our company to decide where they're gonna hire them at, what level they're gonna hire them at. So typically like founders would come in, we acquired one company that I worked on and he came in as a distinguished engineer, which is the highest that Google has. But then I had acquired companies where they had junior engineers as a part of their team and they came in at the L3 or an L4, which is kind of the entry level. L2 is the lowest, but coming in a little lower, so they do get evaluated, their capabilities, they get an interview, and sometimes not everybody makes it. Some people are cut, and that's when I talked about insider threat. When they find out that they're not getting acquired and their job is gone, people get mad. So you have to prepare for it, and you have to identify when that's going to happen. Any other? Okay, one more, yes.
Do you do bankruptcies?
Do I do bankruptcies?
Yeah.
I've dealt with financial transactions, I can say that. And I also help people recover from identity theft and clean up small and medium-sized businesses networks. And I'm also starting an apprenticeship program where I am training and onboarding and putting people through a 2-year onboarding program where I'm training them, they get a certification, and then they're going to be implementing security controls for my small and medium-sized business customers. And so the customer gets cheap labor and my apprentice get experience so that they can get a freaking job, because it's so impossible to get an entry-level job these days. So I'm working with the state of Colorado, UCCS in Colorado Springs, to create an apprenticeship program to give people that experience they need. Yeah. Anyone else? Oh gosh, we are out of time.
We're out of time.
Yeah, well, look me up, book some time on my calendar. You can book 30 minutes free with me anytime, and I'd be happy to talk to you. I've been in this career for 20 years, and I freaking love it. So happy to talk to you.
Not quite yet. I misspoke. We have one more presentation. Yes, we saved the best for last.
What?
Okay. So yes, this is the last time you have to listen to me. 5 minutes.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you.
So next HDMI and quickers.
Yeah, what's
Sure.
So that company be there?
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah. A lot of experience. I wonder if she knows
There's an outlet. Don't mind plugging it in.
What do you?
He's just plugging it in.
Violence on Pyro.
Yeah, I see him over there.
Yeah, no, Thank you for being our
Of course.
shutdown guy. You're being ridiculous. You went with the science panel. Wait earlier, I was get in. So I was like, well, they, and also the board. Not on the board. I just love getting on stage and making it for myself.
It takes a second.
Yeah, it takes a second. That's why I'm covering your video, but well, I mean, like, the screen's not even down. I went to school here. What is the light of the Yeah, I'm waiting. I can be waiting, but it's not very. Yeah, that sounds like What is that? Do you mind waiting while I go figure out what that is? Can you go figure out what that is? Or tell Telecon?
Not an HDMI.
I don't think so. Maybe.
There's no reason.
Yep. It was without HDMI. I don't know.
You have sound on?
It's your fan, isn't it? What are you using? You're using a simulate. I was going to say, I don't have an extra. Does anyone have an extra HDMI cable we could borrow?
I don't know if it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to test it. Sounds like the HDMI cable. Oh no, that's good. Oh, it's black and blue. I see it. Yeah, does anyone have? Yeah, I know it's my phone.
Okay.
Just because I didn't see it doesn't mean
I thought you were gonna step on it. Yeah.
It doesn't work anyway, so. And I hate fun. Does anyone have an extra HDMI cable? I mean, that's
We don't have a lot of ones.
Drago.
Yeah.
Drago. Do you have an extra HDMI cable? Hold on. Do you have an extra HDMI cable?
No, I did not bring any.
I'm pretty sure it's like,
How many hackers need to be in a room for like us to acquire an HDMI?
I don't know. It's a fine one. You have an extra HDMI cable? Yeah. It is working. It's just. It's still sound. Yeah, I don't know what let's figure it out. See, I spent 10 years on help desk. Like, why are you picking those up?
They're trash.
No, they're not. Uh-oh, the divider's got you. Sorry, like, I was just throwing stickers earlier, so. I think it was the HDMI cable. I think it was the HDMI cable. Wait. Oh. No, yeah, that's what I said. That's why I got another one.
We got another one. So it's still making the noise.
It's not. Oh, is it? Can you? I hear the fuzz. I hear the fuzz. It's very quiet fuzz. Are you talking to us? Wait, where's the microphone? Where's the microphone? Where's the microphone?
I don't know. We either need a new laptop or it's not going to happen.
Where's the microphone? The one that everybody Figured it out.
No, I don't need
No, I figured it out. The microphones are too close together. The microphones are too close together. Mic 3 is the only one that's good. Mic 3 should be the only one that's good. Well, yeah, I'll
Yep.
testing.
Mic free. No, mic free. This is mic free. It was like. There we go, guys. Thank you guys. I do a little bit things sometimes. Testing. Right. Figured it out. Sometimes I'm good at what I do. Or what I think I can.
Fantastic.
Does anyone hear any feedback? Is this good love? Yeah? We're hearing back? Alright. Are you ready for the last talk of the day? That's really good, and I wish you guys could be more social. I also wish you guys would give us money because that's how we're gonna come back next year. Is if you donate to us, you can either donate to Telecon, who's going to raise his hand, or me, or the guy in the Hawaiian shirt with the blue glasses right over there, who's also going to raise his hand.
Are you taking mostly ones?
I guess, actually. But you don't get anything extra. Just saying. So we come to the last talk of the day. And this talk is by someone who's amazing, named Roland. And she's going to confess some sins, pen testing stories to you. So have fun and learn.
Hello. Can everyone hear me back there?
No.
Hold on.
It just got shut.
Ready?
Try again.
Hello.
Yeah.
That sounds better. Thank you everyone for your help. Right next. All right. How's everyone doing today? BSides After Hours. Thank you everyone who stuck around. I really appreciate it. A special thank you to BSides Denver and the sponsors for providing the opportunity for me to speak today. A little bit of background about this talk. In 2022, I went to a conference called CactusCon, and it's in Arizona. And I did a talk there called What I Learned My First Year as a Security Analyst. And I've really been wanting to do a similar talk, except when it comes to pen testing. So my goal here with the talk is I'm going to discuss some of the lessons I've learned my 3 years working as a pen tester. It feels like 30 sometimes. And then I also want to impart, some insights to those who are looking to get into the work and offer what I've learned. I'm not trying to make this a story about my personal journey. I'm not here to tell you how to get the job. There are far more eloquent people out there who have already spoken on this topic, even at this very conference. But cybersecurity, InfoSec, whatever you want to call it, it's super serious, right? And sometimes people take themselves very, very seriously. But it's also Friday, and I just kind of want to do a fun, informal talk about hacking, punk rock, and pen testing. Why not? Your standard disclaimer, my views do not reflect those of past, present, or future employers. Any assessments or engagements mentioned in this talk were all done completely legally with written consent.
Yes, totally.
And the example images I do provide, they are not real, they are fake. I've done my best in Microsoft Paint to make them look as legitimate as possible, but they do not, they're not real engagement images featuring client details, whatnot. So, tags are real though. So a little bit about myself. I've been a factotum most of my life. I was a little bit of a phone freak when I was a kid. I have worked as an investigative journalist. I've worked on a cranberry farm. I have sold paletas out of a stand in Manhattan. I used to run a nightclub before COVID came and obliterated that. And now I'm currently a pen tester at an MSSP, which basically just means I get to work with a variety of clients, including corporations, schools, nonprofits, casinos, you name it.
So before I get too deep into the weeds here, I do want to kind of define what a pen tester is. Makes sense, right? And I promise this is the only time I'm actually going to read from the slide word for word. But here we go. We are paid to hack into our targets and pwn as many things as possible in the time that is allotted to us. Who here thinks that's accurate? Is that true? Mixed feelings, some nods, some shakes? Okay.
Depends.
Depends, absolutely. So it's part of it, but it's not the full picture here. And there's a lot of other stuff going on in the background. And I find most people, especially when they're new, tend to struggle with the documentation aspect and the mitigation recommendations as well. Yes. And while I despise the term ethical hacker because I feel like it's used to sell a lot of unnecessary things, there does have to be some kind of integrity there, right? When you're doing this job. If you're thumbing around the client's network, they have to know they can trust you. Ish. Ish. So I want to do a quick talk about the punk and hacker communities, our cultures, what have you, because I am continuously seeing parallels between the two. And also because I like to encapsulate a lot of those values when I am doing my job as a pen tester. So first up, you have a certain aesthetic and stereotypes about what a punk or hacker might look like. A lot of them portrayed by the media, TV, movies, whatnot. There are some examples here. And, you know, is there some truth to some of this? Yeah, a little bit of truth. Is it 100% accurate? Absolutely not. I mean, do I look like I am going to go to a punk show or that I'm going to go rock? Not necessarily, right? And I will say that if you are trying to covertly enter a building for a client, you're usually not going to have a mohawk, much to my chagrin, but, you know, that's just how it is sometimes. So there is a giant creative and do-it-yourself DIY ethic in both of these communities, truly. A lot of them empathizing the individual, are, you know, being authentic to oneself. You have some instances where members of both communities have created zines. One might be in paper over there, but then you have text files as well. FRAC is still going, even in the year 2024. You had hackers making some crazy ASCII art way back when. People who couldn't afford music would record songs off the radio and then make mixtapes and share them with their friends. Or maybe you had some musicians who were modifying and hacking electrical devices to create an entirely different genre of music. Now, with that DIY aspect is a really well-documented distrust, and even, dare I say, mockery of authority. Doesn't matter the authority, take your pick. And yes, there have been some notorious crimes committed by members of both of these communities. But there's also been a lot of really positive things to come out of that as well. Some punks decided that they were going to create a nonprofit to monitor this, to encourage wellness and safety at music shows. That could be anything from providing ear protection at shows to offering mental health resources, etc. Obviously, with Linux, you had some hackers who were just fed up with the Unix variants that were out there and said, you know what? We are going to create our own alternative that's going to be free and open source. And they did. And in the third example, when right to repair, or anti-right to repair nonsense, basically threatened to derail public transportation throughout an entire country, and yes, that pun was on purpose, some hackers stepped in to try to solve the problem. So with all of these examples, you're basically seeing the idea that if society or corporate entities have failed you, or if they failed us, then maybe it's time to get to work and take things into our own hands and think of productive and smart ways to fix the problem. And I stress the productive and smart adjectives there. course, you have the genre known as cyberpunk, a wide-spanning genre of movies, books, TV, games. Some examples are there. Need I say more? All right, so another question for you all. Feel free to answer if you want. What is the #1 pen testing rule? Keep in mind, I am not talking about bug bounties, CTFs, or your own home lab.
Stay hydrated. Permission. Stay in school. Stay in school. Yeah.
Okay, stay in school, sure. I mean, but yes, permission. Absolutely. Please, please, please make sure you have signed and written permission if you are going to do this. Preferably a statement of work where the scope and the rules are laid out very clearly. And also make sure that the person who signed it is actually authorized to get that permission. I don't care if you think the company has your best interests at heart. I don't care if you think your friend does or someone else. It doesn't matter, it's not a joke. Please look after and protect yourself. All right, so here's an example of some of the engagements you might be doing as a pen tester. Now, if you're an in-house pen tester and you don't work for an MSSP, it might be a little bit less, but this is just a boilerplate example and a list. Now, usually if you're just starting out, you're gonna deal with some externals, maybe some application assessments. As you gain a little bit more experience, maybe you'll move into internals or wireless assessments and maybe more specialized ones. I can say by the end of the year, I'll have done a little bit under half of all of these. And that's really just because of scheduling and availability. But at an MSSP, we kind of do it all, except for PCI. I do not touch that with a 100-foot pole.
Right.
Hell no. So the way it usually works, so you got an assessment as a pen tester, right? And usually you're gonna have some form of kickoff call with the client. And you're gonna go over scope, you're gonna go over concerns, details of the assessment, fun stuff like that. And then once the assessment is done and you have delivered a report or your findings of some sort, you are going to have usually a debriefing call with the client, and you are going to go over the findings, any other additional concerns, if there are questions, you're going to answer them there. And then usually it's done. If there's a retesting option, maybe somewhere in the middle, the client will have a certain amount of time to fix the vulnerabilities that were found, and then you come back in and see what was remediated. So you got the assessment, and now what do? Well, you're going to use what's known as a methodology. Most organizations are going to have specific methodologies for specific assessments that they specialize in. All it is a guidebook on what you should do during a specific test to make sure you do your due diligence, and are as thorough as possible. There's a secret about it, though. There is no official organization out there that is mandating what exactly a methodology should look like for any specific assessment. It's all based off of the people who create them. And that means it's continuously updated too, because TTPs are continuously changing, right? So what do you do if you don't have one? Well, let's go back to that DIY aspect. You really can make your own. There are a number of resources out there. It's going to take some time. It's going to take a little bit of experience, but ultimately you can find out what works best for you. And you don't need anyone's permission to make them. You do need permission to test if it's not your property, but you don't need permission to make a methodology. These are some links I've shared here. Later I will be sharing a URL that has my slides, so please don't feel pressured to take pictures if you don't want to. I will say that OWASP is definitely the definitive guide when it comes to lead testing. I really believe that. It's a great methodology to start out with. Please check that out if you have not. There are some other ones up there for different kinds of tests. Moving forward, let's talk about a part of pen testing that is not talked about that often. It is the writing portion. Can you write a coherent sentence? Can you summarize a vulnerability or an exploit into a paragraph in which an executive is going to read it and understand it? If the answer to that is no, though, you might be bored in the struggle bus a little bit. This is the thing I see new people struggle with the most, truly. It is getting reports in by a deadline. And a lot of that comes down to bad time management, but also with that weakness with writing. Oftentimes you are going to be reviewing or editing your coworkers' copy, their reports, to make sure everything checks out. Right before I came here, I was doing a QA for another coworker in a little corner in the university room there. So it's just something to keep in mind. So I'm going to talk about DOS, and when I talk about DOS, I do not mean you are flooding a server with a bunch of packets and taking it down. What I do mean is during testing, you are taking something down that should not be down. So let's say you're doing an engagement, you're taking the application down, something bad happens, application goes dark, server goes dark, processes go dark. It's no bueno, you don't want it to happen. And while it is true an adversary will not always keep that DOS in mind when you are working as a pen tester, you really kind of have to. Fun story, I think it was like my first year when I was doing external testing, I was attacking a FTP service. I was doing some password spraying with some usernames I had just found with OSINT from the target. And I was being a little overzealous, but nothing too crazy. I was doing a new password every 10 minutes. I had pause. And the client comes back and is like, hey, so 50 domain accounts just got locked out. And so I was, curious about that. I'm like, domain accounts? Like, I'm not doing password attacks against LDAP or anything domain related. How in the hell could that happen? What ended up happening, we talked more with the client, and it turned out that the FTP service was actually connected to authentication in the domain. But this was also a finding because some external rando should not be able to shut out dozens of your internal accounts. So I thought that was a fun story. Obviously, I stopped what I was doing once they told me it was happening. But that instance of DOS. When it comes to operational technology, DOS is absolutely no joke. And so let's talk about CrowdStrike first. And I'm not trying to pick on them, but this was recent news, right? So you had a total shit show, airplanes were grounded, a lot of people were inconvenienced, people lost money. I did hear some emergency dispatch places and hospitals had some systems go down, but as far as I know, nobody died. So that was an IT outage. If you are doing an OT test and you cause a DOS, it could potentially kill someone. Seriously. Or it could kill many people. And this is why when you're doing an OT assessment or ICS, what have you, you definitely want to go on the ground and meet with people. And when you're meeting with people, I don't mean IT people, I mean you want to meet with the actual OT engineers who are working with those systems. And they'll tell you where the bodies are buried. But just another fun thing to take to heart when you are testing, try not to kill your fellow humans. So this was something I was a little bit confused about when I started pen testing. I kind of looked at pen testing and red team as being the same thing. And that's not really true. I don't do what I consider to be really sophisticated attacks. I am not reverse engineering a binary to find a 0 day or keep a 0 day. I am not modifying open source tools to do MDR, ADR evasion. I'm just not. If anything, I am running through your digital halls, screaming at the top of my lungs, banging on pots and pans, seeing if you can see. Usually when you're doing a pen test, you're going to start with some host discovery. You're going to start with a vulnerability scan of some kind, and it's loud. Hopefully people can see. Red team services are way more specialized. Because they offer more specialized services, they do cost more. So for example, this would be a red team. And this might be a pen test. I will note, by the by, if I am doing a pen test and you can't see most of what I'm doing, like if I have taken over your domain controller and I am dumping password hashes and you don't even get an alert for it, you sure as hell are not ready for a red team assessment. You're not. On the other flip side of that, I will always go out to clients and say, hey, if you detect me, let me know. If you are comfortable sharing those screenshots, hand them over. I'll put them in the report, showing that you detected us. I think that's only fair. Speaking of clients, believe it or not, pen testing is a customer service industry. It definitely is. You got to deal with clients, and that is a special skill all in itself. I want to talk about a few things I've come across. One is scope creep. So here's an example of scope creep. Let's say I'm doing an internal pen test, and it's scoped for 1,000 hosts. And so they say, okay, they give me the subnets, and I start some host discovery efforts on them, do a lot of host discovery. Turns out they got about 4,000 hosts on that subnet. So I say, okay, go back to the client, like, hey, we found about 4,000, you know, here's a list of them, just so you have that as a reference. Not everyone knows where their assets are. But you're only scoped for 1,000, so please, tell us what you would like us to do to move forward. And the response is, oh, well, can you just, test all the 4,000? Sure. Why not? Let's go do that. I will talk to sales, we'll create a new order for you, and we will get that all set up. But no, don't do that. Can you just test them? No, I can't, because you have to pay for that. And businesses aren't really interested in doing free work for no money. That's just, them's the breaks there. Speaking to that red team and pen testing confusion, some people may have signed on to get a pen test, and then they thought they were getting a red team assessment. I'm sure sometimes sales for the price of a pen test, that's hemorrhaging money. So that's one of the other confusing things that come along. Now, I've only had this happen once. But I did come across it. So client comes back to us, and I think it's maybe been 3 or 5 months, I don't know, about half a year. They're like, well, we had an incident, but we just had this pen test, half a year ago. Why didn't you find it? Well, first of all, a pen test is a snapshot in time of your network and or your application or whatever it is we are testing. It is not a guarantee that you will be 100% secure all throughout the year. Networks change, things are deployed, things are taken off. Going back to that scope issue, maybe when you had the pen test, it didn't actually include a lot of your hosts, and maybe the hosts that weren't included in scope had the vulnerability. So there are a lot of things that can go wrong with that. Another funny thing when I'm doing a debriefing call and I'm delivering bad news and we're going over some pretty serious vulnerabilities, I've often come across clients who are trying to just kind of explain to me why those vulnerabilities exist. Like, as in, like, they're almost apologizing for them. It's like, you don't have to apologize to me. I don't even work at your company. My dude, I am sure there was a really valid reason, maybe an asinine one, but a valid one years back as to why you had a domain admin account with 4 digits as a password. But that doesn't change the fact that this is a finding now, and all I can really do is report it to you, and it's really up to your organization about how to approach it. This one's a quick one. Make sure you document your work when you're testing. I don't care if you are using videos or screenshots. I prefer screenshots. Make sure you're taking photos not only of validated findings, but make sure you're taking photos of the testing that doesn't work. Attempted exploitation that just doesn't work. Make sure you have tons and tons of photos. There has been a time where a client has approached me and they said, we need. So I searched through my hundreds and hundreds of screenshots, and sure enough, I found it and delivered to them. There you go. It turned out to not be as much of a problem as they initially intended it to be. But it could have been really bad news for me if I hadn't had that evidence. So, again, protect yourself. Q4. The last 3 months of the year are extremely busy for pen testers, and it's mainly because of 2 reasons. One, a lot of companies want to procrastinate with their yearly audits, and they will wait until the end of the year to do them. but they have to be done by the end of the year. A lot of companies and departments will also figure out that they have money left that they have to spend by the end of the year. And hence they are trying to spend it doing audits or other security things like that. So if you really enjoy having a lot of time off during the holidays, that might be an issue if you're a pen tester. It is when I have the heaviest workload. All right. So let's get real here. I have seen multiple reports, many reports from different pen testing groups, from security companies, right? And some of them have been really, really good and inspiring, and some of them have been complete garbage. What I see mostly, I mean, what I see that gets me angry most of the time is when people are trying to pass off vulnerability scans as a pen test to a client. And frankly, that is bullshit. And it is an insult to this profession, and I would never sign my name on anything like that. I have seen a report where they didn't even bother modifying the description of the vulnerability. Like, it was just like pure, like Nessus, or pure Tenable, pure port swigger, whatever. It's like least amount of effort as possible. My tip to you, if you think someone is giving you a vuln scan and you paid for a pen test, ask them. What I would do is I say, hey, did you do any password attacks? Did you do any password attacks, and what services did you target? And do you have documented evidence of these attacks? Going back to the screenshots, right? And I guarantee you, if all they did was press play on Nessus, they are not going to have that evidence. That might be a first clue there. Oh yeah, and if you're pen testing, please clean up after yourself. I should not be doing an assessment and running across your company's private scripts. And I know they're your company's private scripts because the comments all mention the company in the scripts. If you are doing something with payloads, please try to clean up after yourself with that. If you don't have access to something, let's say an exploit failed, you still need to document it. And if that payload is a file that's still on there, you need to let the client know about it and have them, at least give them the ability to clean it up if they want. All right, so CVEs. When I was first starting out, I really thought CVEs were kind of the definitive guide to all vulnerabilities, right? I was like, oh, there's this quasi-government nonprofit, and they're validating all the vulnerabilities, and they're listing them, and they're keeping track of them, and everything is great. And that's not exactly how it works. The CVE ecosystem has a lot of issues. I get that we need a standard way to ID vulnerabilities. But again, there are a lot of problems. There are a lot of vulnerabilities that aren't even identified via CVE ID, right? So, dealing with that, going into that, I was doing an internal assessment, came across this weird web portal. Long story short, it had command injection. I got root access to the server from that. And I'm looking around it, long story short again, turns out it's a 911 dispatch system. And I was doing research and I was looking up the vendor of it, because the vendor wasn't on the web portal, but it was in files on the operating system. And apparently that vendor got gobbled up by another vendor. Thought, okay. But I started looking at both vendors and I was trying to see if there was any kind of security advisory or CVE out there for this vulnerability. And I was seeing nothing. Which meant I was, probably likely I might be looking at a vulnerability that's not been made public yet. So I started looking into my options with MITRE's system. By the way, I don't think MITRE is actually that helpful when it comes to telling you what to do when you find a vulnerability, but that's another story. The vendor in question that now owned that software was not a CNA, but I did see they had a disclosure program. So I followed their disclosure program. I emailed them, told them what was going on. I could not disclose the client because of NDA stuff, but I talked about everything else. And they responded really quickly saying, hey, we'll get back to you. Thanks for submitting it, blah, blah, blah. And then I waited 3 months. And I emailed them again saying, hey, any update about this? They're like, oh yeah, we actually emailed you a few days after you emailed us. Wasn't true. Anyway, they're like, oh yeah, we patched it. Yay, okay, cool. So they patched it. I had been wanting to write my own security advisory if possible, and I was like, hey, do you have any reference to it, this vulnerability, the patching, whatnot? They're like, we sure do. Here's a link. And that was pretty much all they were willing to give. Here's the problem. This link was behind a paywall. And unless you were a governmental entity who did business with them, you're not going to be accessing that link. So sometimes that is how it goes. I will never know what eventually happened with all that. I was really curious to know more information about it, like what versions were affected, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, at least it was patched, and that is also a vulnerability that is not a CVE. All right, so real quick, I'm going to go over some examples from the most popular kinds of assessments that I do. And this is not, you know, official stuff of what's out there, like as far as, you know, what's seen the most. It's just my empirical experience, okay? What I am seeing. With externals, it's definitely going to be information leakage and misconfigurations all day. Usually ones that the bots have not already gotten to. And a lot of my coworkers will lament doing external tests because they think they're boring. You know, a lot of times companies or organizations will have M&M kind of security where they have that hard exterior but a very soft inside, right? But there are still things that you can find. This is a real example. So I'm doing an external test for a school somewhere in the Western Hemisphere. And I'm doing just basic manual Google dorks. And one of those examples, like the syntax is up there, obviously this isn't a real domain. I'm looking at PDF files. And I'm scrolling, and I'm scrolling, and I'm scrolling, and eventually, you know, come across this one PDF. It was for a department at the school. And they had, you know, just things, I think, telling teachers and or professors, you know, what to do, kind of just information about the department, and then they had information on fact stuff. Oh, I got a laser pointer. That's cool. Anyway, so they included a password and user account for the fax machine, along with the URL. It looked very similar to this. And I thought, okay, so I got username and password, but surely that's not going to work against the school's main login portal where staff and students use for their daily activities at the school. It did. So then I log into that school's login portal, and I see a little button that says mail. I click on it. Next thing I know, I'm in an Outlook web app, and I am seeing emails. And so I can't really show exactly what I saw, because these emails all had attachments of what had been faxed. This included students' transcripts, one of these students' transcripts, social security numbers, PII, all that good stuff. Stuff you also probably don't want an external rando having access to. So that was a critical finding for an external. It can happen. Bonus, because I was in the Outlook, I then had access to all the users who were in the Outlook, so I could just do a bunch of user enumeration. So, let's talk about applications. What I am seeing, broken access control continuously. There is a reason why it is #1 on the OAuth top 10. I feel like with APIs, either they're relatively secure or they're just Swiss cheese. And then I've also encountered quite a few authentication bypasses lately, which is kind of strange. And I have an example. So I'm doing, an application assessment. I'm looking at some of the public JavaScript. I'm not a dev, but I'll read through the code and see what it's doing. And I see this function here. And I see there's a variable and it's being assigned a string. And yes, it actually in real life was in LeetSpeak, but it wasn't this. And it was taking that and taking the date and making it into digits and adding that to the string. And then it was doing a bunch of other formatting stuff. And then it was creating a hash. And so I, pressed F12 in Firefox and went through all those steps, and sure enough, I got a hash. So this hash was not like a user token that you would get when you authenticate to the app. But what you could do with the hash was you could submit it to the SOAP API in the app, and then you could get a user token. That meant you were a user of the app. And then you could use this user token to act as a user throughout the application. And so in this SOAP request here, there's an example of what a user token might look like. So we have authentication bypass at this point. I did not need to authenticate to get this token. On top of everything, this application also had broken access control. So it meant that if you wanted to request a file, you could just enumerate a bunch of numbers and get any file you wanted. And there was, that was not supposed to happen in the application. Different, users of the application were supposed to have their own files. So off bypass compounded with broken access control, and I had access to everything in the entire app. And so long as, I'm 90% sure, so long as you weren't taking the web server down by so many requests, you could do all this, probably exfiltrate all the data, and they wouldn't even know. A lot of people see this and they think, oh, it must have been a really old app. It wasn't. A lot of companies you have heard of were using the app. I think what happens sometimes is new things get built, and then there might be some old things that linger and never got removed. And I think that might have been what happened here. Internals, which is actually most of the work I do these days, just out of happenstance. SMB LDAP relaying every single time. Why? Because hosts do not have signing required. That's just the way a lot of the domains are configured. Rampant password reuse. A lot of service accounts that have domain access privileges when they really don't need to. Granted, some might, most do not. And a lot of them are set not to expire. So that's fine. I have a few examples here. The top is an LDAP relaying attack, a successful one, where an enterprise admin account is being created. So this tool is NTLM Relay X, but what's happening in the background is I'm using a tool called MITM6, which is doing basically an IPv6 DNS takeover of the domain, and it is forwarding subsequent traffic to NTLM Relay X, which is then trying to authenticate to the LDAP server. And what happened here was someone with admin privileges logged in, app was relayed, and then a new user was created with those privileges. You got enterprise admin access. By the time someone figures it out, it's usually too late. But maybe you don't get admin access. Maybe you just have basic users authenticating, but you're still able to enumerate the domain. Okay, so you have a list of all the users in the domain. Maybe you try some user enumeration. And there's an example of that below, doing some password spraying against Kerberos. I've seen this password work multiple times this year, usually because people are forced to change it quarterly. So imagine you did this and this account is popped for this password, right? But imagine it's a user base of like 300 and it's popping 30 times for different users. Yeah. Going back to these hashes below, these are local machine hashes from a SAMDUMP from SMB Relay. They're all from different machines, but you will see that they all look the same, meaning that the password is all the same. Now the first part is a lamn hash, which is empty, but the second part is an empty hash and it's all the same. And I see it all the time. And then in the last image, I think the quickest way I ever got domain admin on an internal was I did an RCE against a load balancer of some sort got root. And I just put in the history command. Someone was doing an LDAP search with a service account, and they had the credentials in there, and the password was there to bind to the LDAP server. So then I just, said, oh, what groups does this account belong to? The password worked. Oh, domain admins. Cool. That one history command led to the entire compromise of the domain. Fun stuff. I really love my job, but I will say, if you're looking to get into a job where you want to be in the trenches, making a difference, protecting people's data, making the world a better place, I'm not sure if this is the job you want. If it's really important for you to have that in your job. Oftentimes, we as pen testers are meant for pure compliance. To do that annual pen test. There will be clients that you go back to year after year, and they have the same vulnerabilities over and over and over again. Sometimes nothing changes. And that being said, I do want to highlight the people who are making a difference, and I'm not trying to be patronizing, but it's really easy to tear something down or to find fault with something, and it's a lot harder to fix something or build something. And that's just reality. And I'm not deluded enough into thinking I am fixing things. But I do want to say for the people who are, you make sure you pay those people well. And I think that's really all I have to say. So thank you, BSides. If I will say, if you learned anything new today, please consider donating to the nonprofit so we can have the conference again next year. And then here is a link to slides if you want it. Thank you, everyone. Also, there's a happy hour, and so there will be beer and other non-alcoholic beverages for those who would like those as well. Please come and join us. Where? It's Tivoli, right? At the brewing? Downstairs. Yeah, so it's going to be downstairs at the Student Union Brewery. It's called Tivoli.
Follow me.
Follow Pied Piper. Try to turn that off.
Thank you. Is this a very good eye? You guys supposed to talk something?
Yeah, we'll plug it to the audio. We can plug the audio out back in. So everything.
Yeah, that was an awesome talk. Like everything you were saying, like I've seen that. Yep, seen that. Yep, absolutely. And when you were talking about the old shit left, oh yeah, that's what I did to clean up Google Workspace, is because Workspace was a like piecemealed acquisition.
Yeah, I remember Workspace. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so like Sheets was an acquisition, Slides was an acquisition,
right?
And so Google just shoved them all together and left legacy code, and so I was
Google wouldn't
there
do that.
to clean up the shit that had been old. I found one incident I worked on. The code that caused the incident was 15 years old. Can you believe that? Like,
no, I believe that.
I know, right?
As someone who's found like old COBOL stuff.
Yeah.
Do you have dog?
Exactly.
No. You don't have dog duty?
No,
On average, how much? Oh, wait, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
What's the biggest downfall?
So, universities, it depends on the university, it depends on the money. Much like local governments or private schools. So you want to like talk with the university like Metro or?
We are UNC, so like smaller budget.
Yeah, okay.
We're the
Yeah, you have nothing.
So, it's usually, I would say,
Great job.
it's usually not terrible externally, because a lot of that stuff is managed by other people, and so it's not something I can really look at that's in scope. So like say you're using Okta, but there's a breach at Okta, well, you can't do anything about it. Usually you're not rolling your own stuff, so that's a benefit for a smaller place. I will say internally though, it's going to be those password policies. Not too bad, but do you have any accounts in the domain that have passwords that aren't expired? Don't expire.
A few that we've been trying to get changed that we don't want to change.
Right, exactly.
Legacy hashes that cause issues on our Linux servers.